They're out there.
The bathroom was the cooking room.
Well, one went to the kitchen, one was talking to Nay.
Okay. All right. The next session is under the general rubric of health, safety, and security of our citizens. I think we probably started with this topic last year, and I was going back and looking at notes from last year's strategic planning meeting, and what we said at that time was we thought we were in a pretty good position with regard to public safety resources available on the island generally. We're always looking to continue to assess that and augment that as appropriate, which is exactly what's happened over the course of the last year. Stephanie's pulled together a lot of information, but and let's probably not start with security and code enforcement, but first on and this is the benefit of council members, but also the broader public, and I started to touch upon this on Thursday. We are blessed with a wide range of first responder resources on Kiawah Island. Primarily, I want to focus first on medical first responders. And what we've tried to pull together is the staffing model and capabilities of St. John's Fire District, Barrier Island Ocean Rescue, as well as county EMS and now MUSC. But what has changed since last year, apart from just getting information, is we've continued as a town to invest in additional training for both Barrier Island Ocean Rescue, their team members, as well as St. John's Fire District. And then we've obviously just recently added the MUSC facility, which has profound implications. And also we continue to have conversations with county EMS, and recently learned, what was that, about a month or so ago, a little more than that, we had a meeting about some of their staffing plans and their kind of reorganization of existing resources, reallocation of existing resources. So just to kind of, medical first response, just to kind of put it in perspective, what we have off island is a 24/7 EMS facility. It used to be a dynamic staffing model there, now it's station-based. So there is a 24/7 team there, 24/7 ambulance, unless it is on call, which is just a half mile, if that amount, up the island. So it's just before you get to Kiawah River Estates and Oak Point Golf Course. So that's actually a strengthened from where we were a year ago this time. Obviously we have now the MUSC facility, which is an emergency department, but also has primary care and specialty care physicians on staff. I will be taking advantage of one of the primary care doctors that's moved in, relocating from my DC primary care, which has never been very convenient. Critically important there is the fact that they have an ambulance on site. If you drive up to the MUSC facility, and I kind of check out the area regularly, there's always the ambulance there ready to go. It often has a driver sitting in it. Now, its primary role of that ambulance is to transport patients, if necessary, who come into the emergency room at MUSC that can't be fully taken care of there and need to get downtown to MUSC downtown. Fortunately, that's not a very frequent occurrence. There is an agreement in place, we understand. Craig, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, or Stephanie, but between county EMS and the MUSC facility, so that's a backstop ambulance that's available for transport in the event that there is a 911 call. There would otherwise be the Station 10 dispatched, and if their ambulance is en route or it's downtown, then they will roll over to this ambulance.
For Kiawah and Seaport.
Pardon?
For Kiawah and
Yes. In Lower Johns Island.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a spillover. So we've got redundant ambulance transport services now available on the island. It was also indicated that there are plans to at least partially staff another ambulance vehicle on Station 4, what's the further one at Flyway?
Six.
Going forward, but giving staffing constraints, it's not likely to be a 24/7, but county, there may be additional transport service capabilities on Station 6 going forward. But wholly apart from that, we've got a tremendous array of first responders capabilities with an increasing amount of life-saving capability. While they're here, we don't need to pull up the data, but I mean, Rob and Saz are here. Maybe you guys can just talk about your numbers out of your team, 38 or so, how many are at what level of training and kind of how that staffing occurs at any given point in time on Kiawah Island.
Interesting. Sure. So you're curious on how many of our staff are trained to what level? Is that the question?
Yeah, and then how they are deployed. I think we have the basic.
Yeah, I have it up on the screen, and it may be updated from when you guys sent me that information.
I mean, it was the 36 employees, and how many are emergency medical responder, EMT, basic, advanced EMT, and paramedic. But I mean, there's a fair amount of basic BLS and ALS training that you guys continue to invest in, the towns continue to invest in. But maybe just talk about that kind of, and how that, whether there, for example, is a paramedic capability every day on every shift or not.
There's not going to be a paramedic capability on every day of every shift.
Okay.
Typically, we can offer that as a response, but it may be as a delayed response.
Okay.
We do try to prioritize that there is at least an EMT basic responding to every call or available to respond to every call. And the DHEC guidelines, or DPH, South Carolina Department of Health guidelines state that 80% of all of our calls that are dispatched, we have an ALS unit responding to, which are advanced and paramedics.
So, but you have at least our data, and I don't know if this is updated.
If you go over,
Yeah.
right now when you guys gave me that, you had 38. And based on those numbers the same, like the EM.
That's pretty accurate. We're in transitional staffing for the.
And if you can explain what EMR, because when I asked what's that
Sure.
difference between EMT,
So
and then your medical calls, if you want to talk about those as well.
Sure. So the baseline pre-hospital medical care standard is emergency medical responder. That's about 48 hours of training. And all of our employees have to have that as a baseline prerequisite. From there, you can do another, I believe it's.
Rob, on that, is that be CPR and something else, or?
So it's in addition to CPR, it's 48 hours of medical training. The difference between emergency medical responder and EMT basic is essentially about 160 hours and one advanced airway skill. So that's what you're looking at is the difference. So you go to the next level, which would be the basic EMT, and that's roughly 200 hours. And on top of all of the EMR skills, it gives you another advanced airway skill. From there, you can go to the advanced EMT level, which is another 150, 180 hours.
248.
Over 200 hours. And that gives you, in my mind, I think of that certification as a trauma tech. They're able to do IVs, they're able to do everything that the EMT basics can do, and they can do some additional medications. From there, you go to about 1,000 hours, which is the paramedic program, and it's either a certification program or a 2-year degree program. And they have the full capability of doing pharmacology, cardiology, trauma stuff, pretty much the whole gamut that you would find on a paramedic level ambulance.
We also fall under the county standing orders, which is a county-wide document that almost all of the services are part of, and Barrier Island is one of those services, where we all operate basically from the same sheet of music, where based on your level of care, you're able to do certain skills, and everybody agrees that all of our medical directors, because we have a physician who signs off on this, agree to follow those standing orders. At any point, we can get online medical direction to say, here's what I have, do you have orders for me? And supersede that document based on that physician's direction. We currently have 2 medical directors available to us that we work with throughout the year.
For example, right now, under the current beach cold contract staffing model, there are 6 shifts per day during peak season. So, I assume, or maybe I shouldn't assume, is there some at least overlapping, at least EMT capability, EMT basic, at kind of throughout the day?
From pretty much the entire duration that we're in service, we have an EMT and a code enforcement officer available.
Okay.
From that 7 a.m. start time until that midnight stop time, we make sure that we have at least one available to respond all the time.
So, but paramedic presence, and you guys are probably both paramedics, are you both?
I'm advanced, Rob's a paramedic. Rob's the instructor for all the other paramedics.
Paramedics may or may not be kind of on patrol or on the island at any given point in time, whether high season or otherwise.
Yeah, I'm out here quite a bit and respond, especially based on the acuity of the call. But as far as patrol, sort of during the summer, the paramedics are going to get close to full-time hours, so there will be more often than not a paramedic or an advanced EMT at least. But there are occasions where we only have an EMT available.
So you guys, particularly, you can provide, life-saving support. The issue is you can't transport.
Correct.
And it's going to be the same issue with St. John's Fire District.
They can't.
And that's why it's important now that we have two ambulances within a relatively short proximity.
If, we have Kika, we have Mike. we
Yeah,
have
but
Jody.
we'll thank you,
Yeah.
Jody
But I was
and
gonna
Mike.
ask them, they have medical, on the report, they said they have medical calls. So I wasn't sure, since we're talking about medical, if you want to understand what their medical calls were.
You guys are only CPR staff, CPR trained, right?
We don't like to call it only.
Okay, fair, okay. Touche, Jody, thank you. Okay. So, that, and then we also have, obviously, St. John's Fire District at 2 stations. They have EMT and
Every Station 4, staff with a paramedic, and a quick response vehicle.
every member is at least EMT basic.
Yeah.
They have 8 paramedics on the department and 6 advanced EMTs. They have added, which has been since last year, is Station 4 is staffed with a paramedic and a quick response vehicle. So we have at least a shift every day of with a paramedic quick response vehicle capability stationed at Station 4. Again, St. John's Fire District will tell you they can't transport.
Right.
They would like to transport. They're willing to transport. They just cannot transport right now.
Is it equipment or regulatory? Why can they not?
Why not?
Never gotten a crystal clear answer to that. It seemed to me that the primary issues were jurisdictional issues between EMS and St. John's Fire District, liability-related concerns, kind of control-related concerns. And I think it was an issue of if you're part of the county EMS dispatch system, they want to be able to control, they want to have their employees that they're directing and controlling. Now, having said that, you obviously have spillover, you have private ambulance services, they spill over too, they have a partnership with MUSC, which is a private lifeguard, I can't know, ambulance service. So these guys may have more, Craig may have more sense of what the real reason is, if there's actually a legal impediment or barrier, I'm not sure.
Yeah, go ahead, because I thought it was more of driving their vehicle.
Yeah, from my time at the county, the model in Charleston is 3rd service, which means that the 911 response to medical calls are not associated with a hospital-based system or a fire-based model. It's specifically its own entity, and just by convention and by the way it was set up, they've always just owned all of the 911 calls. And there are certainly other private providers that can provide mutual aid, like Mr. Mayor's been talking about, where if the county 911 system gets taxed, other transport services that don't normally do 911 the county can reach out to them to backfill and assist. It's a matter of equipment, sign-off paperwork, and inspection to go from what we do as a first response agency to a 911 transport service or a transport service at all. But the 911 medical calls specifically are owned by the county.
Thank you.
Now, one of the things that we're kind of going back to our earlier SATAX related discussion, conversation, that's been the source of funding support for both requests that have come from Barrier Island Ocean Rescue for additional training and or equipment, same thing from St. John's Fire District. And I think the town would continue to entertain those kinds of funding requests for additional training or equipment or resources as necessary. But I think that the core message is that it seems like we are very, very well resourced from a medical first responder as well as now life support service and ambulance delivery capability. And that's gotten better over the course of the last year and looks like it will continue to get better. And if there are opportunities to continue to invest and make that situation better, we will look to do so.
Good.
I don't know, any other questions on that particular slice of it? So public safety is broader than that, and we have been joined by Jody and Daryl and Mike Lamb, and I don't know, do council members and others, I suspect you know all three of those individuals with Kika?
One is new, Mike is new.
Mike is brand new. So Jody, would you introduce your team?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. So I'm Jody Forrest. I'm the Director of Operations for Kika. Mike Lamb is the former Chief of Police from Asheville. He just joined us earlier this month. And he is the Director of Safety and Security for Kika. And then Daryl, he's our Security Manager. Everybody knows Daryl. Makes no introduction. But yeah, he's been with us for 17 years? 18. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
If you need an answer, he's right here.
So the friendliest face on Kiawah.
So we actually had a pretty wide-ranging conversation at the last public safety meeting. We did. About a lot of public safety-related issues. And it was both getting additional information about some of the medical side, but also public safety outside of medical response. And the focus now short of law enforcement, everything else that entails. So it's a combination of the town's, public safety department team, Craig, and the community services officer / code enforcement officers. Now, the community service officers are all code enforcement officers. They have a community service role. We have many other staff who are actually designated as code enforcement officers. For example, Jim and his team, even Dorota, to be able to enforce various portions of our municipal code. But a lot of security-related issues are handled by Kika on behalf of the association membership, and particularly with respect to common properties and facilities that Kika owns and maintains. So we were trying to get a better handle on how many of those resources there are, kind of who's doing what and what kind of shifts. I thought mistakenly that Kika, for example, was providing patrol security 24/7, and Daryl reminded me that it's 24/6 and not 24/7. So I don't know if you guys are kind of willing to talk about the existing set of Kika security resources, staffing, kind of what you do and what you don't, because that begins to inform how we think about, allocation and utilization of resources from the town standpoint. because there's some clear things. Only you can enforce KICA rules and regulations. Only the town can enforce the municipal code. But there are some things where there is a clear overlap, or there are rules and regulations and town code provisions that cover much of the same conduct or misconduct. And that particularly relates to, for example, construction site related issues and a host of things. Sometimes parking for the town standpoint, if it involves short-term rentals, yours broader than that. But there's also, other rules and regulations like towels over, balconies and things like that, where again the lines are blurred. But maybe you can talk about kind of a snapshot. And Mike, I don't know if you've even had a chance yet to figure out what your strategic plan is for the course of the next year.
Yeah, so I think probably Daryl is the best to talk. We didn't come prepared to talk about it, but Daryl's probably the best to talk about the day-to-day activities that security goes through. I think, certainly one of the most important points that I would like to get across is that we really do rely on the partnership from the town's public safety and from the beach patrol. We feel like we are a layer in the service of safety and security. And there are times when, we have a single patrol person who is out on the island, when it is certainly nice to have somebody else that we can call to back us up. There are varying degrees of incidences that we respond to, and as they escalate, our response must escalate. And so we don't want to be seen as the only source of enforcement out there, because that's certainly not what the intent is. You want to talk a little bit about scheduling?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. All right. So, hey everybody.
Hi.
So with our patrol units that we do have, I think that's one of the things we want to talk about. We do have 3 shifts. We have a morning shift, 6:30 to about 3 o'clock, with two people on that with the supervisor, including the supervisor. We have a guy at 1 to 9, and then we have over 2 individuals, 3 to 11. Well, right now it's 1 individual, 3 to 11, and then 1 overnight patrol unit. So all of his 8-hour schedules, they're unarmed, SLED certified officers, so not much we can do with rowdiness and stuff like that. But other than that, that's our scheduling. We run 12-hour shifts, 2 days on, 2 days. Yes, ma'am?
I'm sorry, you said they're unarmed SLED certified. What does that mean, since you threw the SLED certification? Yes.
South Carolina Law Enforcement Divisions. We are only paid to protect our property from that main gate, that stop sign to the main gate on back. SLED is just helps us keep access control. That's one of the stuff is one of our major things. But mostly with our guards, we're basically customer service advisors. We don't do much of our SLED things like arrest powers or anything like that.
So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, or you guys or anybody else, is any private security entity in the state of South Carolina has to be certified by SLED.
Yes.
You can also be certified at a certain level to have custodial arrest authority on your property if you're a private security agency. And that's separate from the constable program. KICA has to be certified by SLED to provide private security services, which you are, but KICA has chosen not to have any of its security personnel certified to have a custodial arrest authority.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's dictated by our post orders here at the gate. Other than that, pretty nice.
So if something arises that's outside of your scope, generally who's your first call? Is it the sheriff's office or?
It would be the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. They handle pretty much anything, but like lesser stuff, we do call Beach Patrol and Code Enforcement to kind of help us out, like noise complaints. That's one of the rules that overlaps.
Mm-hmm.
The good thing about it is you deal with decibels, so you know how loud. Our thing is with ears, and if somebody calls a disturbance or whatever. But they got a little bit more power from what I've seen. I've been on night shift for about 4 years. And from what I've seen in the past, it seems like your code enforcement officers have a little bit more stick-to-itness with guests if they're rude or loud or obnoxious or anything like that.
So in that regard, one of the challenges that's always arisen, and it comes up with the town being able to enforce things as well, is I want to be careful, but KICA clearly has some ability to regulate its members or property owners. The issue is, and we don't need to kind of go down to that rabbit hole, but it always becomes more challenging with somebody who is not an association member.
Of course, yes. And, a lot of the responses that we have are from visitors to the island.
Yeah.
They're not the-
Yeah, go ahead.
Wayne, you gave me a look, and I'm going to be careful how I ask this based off how you responded at a public safety meeting, but is it correct that the governance task force is taking a look at how those roles?
Yes. We actually just published in the last newsletter on Friday about the governance task force work in reviewing the current rules and regs and enforceability. The goal is always to just maintain the peace, and we want to be able to have the tools we need to enforce the rules and regs that have been voted on by the community.
But there may be some different guardrails?
Yes.
Okay.
That ultimately the enforcement of private rules and regulations isn't, the town's issue. But what we need to collectively think about on a go-forward basis is, does the town have municipal ordinances in some areas that are better just the province of a homeowners association, and or vice versa?
That wasn't what I was talking to, though, that what they're doing today may be different in the future as far as their enforcement of KICA rules.
So my takeaway, they can correct me if I'm wrong, is they've acted generally like those rules and regulations are in place and enforceable.
You're correct.
So it may not change much as a practical matter. It may just.
I've heard differently, but okay. From a board member.
So there is no present plan to change your sled status.
Correct.
And that's kind of a board decision, liability and otherwise. Now, the resort isn't here, but now I just should mention the resort resources, because the resort itself has a large security team, and they are also SLED certified. They're providing private security on resort-owned property. Yvonne was at the last public safety meeting. The one difference is they have at least one, if not two, or maybe more, individuals who are SLED certified to have custodial arrest authority. But again, what's that?
I said I just know Yvonne, I don't know if there's others.
It's just Yvonne?
I'm not sure if it's just her, but I know they have.
Well, it is Yvonne. I was thinking she mentioned may have been at least one other. But again, that would only be with regard to incidents occurring on the resort property. Now, that's a fair amount of property, but they tend to respond. One of the questions, Daryl, you mentioned is kind of your first call is to Charleston Sheriff's Office. I'm curious, is that sometimes directly to the Sheriff's Office or some contact, or is that to 911?
Directly to 911.
It is to 911. So so this kind of gets into one of the issues about code enforcement and responding to things, a noise issue, which is just a loud party at night. It may or may not be a violation of our noise ordinance. You don't know until you kind of get there and measure it, but it also is a nuisance, and it may be a violation of KICA rules and regulations. Question, do you guys kind of communicate with each other? How does that get handled collectively or not?
Who's the other party? KICA and who?
The town.
Yeah, so we have radio communications. And then, the people who are on staff are really tied in to the people who working from other units. You know, if the sheriff's office were to come out, they stop, check in with the gate, let them know who's on duty and all of that. So, yeah, there's good communication there.
So communication now, one of the issues that come up recently was communication-related issues. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is we don't have radios that can talk to one another, that our folks have to go through the main gate office, and then they can reach out to your patrol folks, but we can't talk to each other directly.
Your public safety does not talk to our patrol team.
Okay.
It's dealing with radios or the channels, in my understanding. The radio
It's the type of radio.
Yeah, type of radios.
Which is a different frequency.
Yeah, we're on 800, you guys are on the 500,
But we have an 800,
at the main gate,
Right.
and that's the,
and then we relay the messages,
Yeah.
right?
So the question whether Kiawah Island Alliance or just separately, is that something that should be addressed, can be addressed? We need to figure out whether it makes sense for everybody to be able to communicate directly with one another?
So we do have the ability to communicate with one another. It's just not that you're not communicating with the entire team. You know, we have a dispatch just like other places would. You wouldn't want your public safety director calling every person at the 911 dispatch office. You would want them talking to the one person who's handling the call. And that's kind of the model that we're using. We are also looking at another system that would allow us to potentially communicate all together. But we haven't gotten there yet.
And also, we're having a meeting with TOKI and the resort in 2 weeks to discuss getting them under FirstNet, like the town's on, which will help improve.
Yeah, that's what I was loosely referring to. So,
Okay.
yeah, and Mike's already familiar with FirstNet. He's had
I'll bet he
experience with that in the past.
Would that be the same as having you all on the 800 system? You could talk to each other, or is that still some kind of point of contact relay?
I think the difference would be that we could potentially expand who is available, because we just have the one 800 radio at our main gate. So there is the potential that we could spread out the number of people, but that becomes, you know, well, who's going to be monitoring these frequencies at all hours of the night?
It's an operational thing, but there's a push-to-talk feature on FirstNet that you can create talk groups that could include other organizations, and so they could all be in the same talk group. And there are also ways to bridge to radio systems, but that would need some solutioning.
So if I recall talking to you guys, I'll say monitor 911 or somehow are tied in. If they call 911, does that get relayed to you first, or how does it, where in this pecking order do you guys get called in if they call
It
911?
depends if it's a law call or a fire rescue call, because the way the dispatch system works silos those two. So if they're calling for the sheriff's office, we will not know about that unless either they've already told us or they call us separately. Up until there's a medical call associated with that, and then everybody's on the same sheet of music after that.
I just probably, Daryl and you both said call the sheriff's office, but you're just calling 911, and dispatch is making the determination whether it's law enforcement or medical.
When you call 911, they ask you, what are you asking for?
Okay.
And if you say I'm asking for the sheriff's office, they're gonna put it in that silo of law enforcement.
I mean, it should be noted that we do sometimes call the non-emergency sheriff's office, and we do sometimes call the deputies who are out on the island. We do sometimes call Beach Patrol directly. We are also tied into the 911 system, so we're aware of calls that are coming out to the island. We make way for those emergency responders who are coming to the island. We also work with the resort security. If there's an incident, we always respond to the resort to see if we can help with whatever's going on there. So we don't just look at Kika property, we're, you know, is there a member as well?
So I appreciate it. It's good, new information for me, Jody. They're calling sheriff's office directly on non-911 calls, as well as you know which deputies are patrolling, and you can know to contact them directly?
Yes.
Because you said they check in every
day.
They check in at the gate.
Yeah,
They've always done that.
We have a great relationship with the sheriff's office. You know, I'm sure we all agree, we'd love to see more of them all. great if they were out here all the time, but they are out here.
They should, they get it early because they start at 4, right? So, yeah, they
So-
should begin with Craig, they should.
So are there any security personnel associated with the resort or you guys, Kika, who are authorized to carry guns?
Yes.
We can list those names.
They're authorized, but you do not.
No, and he's good. Who, can you tell us who?
I'd rather not.
But is it part of Kika?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't know that.
Now you do. So watch what you do.
So,
Or the director of security.
so anyway, that's kind of, we're trying to figure out as part of our strategic planning process, this is both a council involvement, but also just from an administration standpoint. What is the level of resources we need? How do we best engage with the other stakeholders? That's involves communication, but it also involves coordination, and kind of having these conversations, at least from my perspective, is very helpful. There's a fair amount of capability, there's a fair amount of people wandering around the island, patrolling the island at given point in time. One of the things we were actually talking about, did you guys always have the green light light bars on the top of vehicles? That's fairly recent?
Within the last 2 years. probably.
Yeah, and so that's enhanced visibility.
Oh, I definitely want either the same color or our own.
Yeah, so.
I would love if y'all agreed to the same color. The resort also bought into the green color. It really does enhance visibility. It shows a unity, and I think it's important.
So that's an interesting question. We were talking about potentially adding light bars to town vehicles. I think there's some push and pull on that, but enhancing the visibility. My inclination had been to go a different color to distinguish, but you guys don't have any problem in that regard?
I like the unity of it.
Okay.
Because you never know if you see one green light or another, who's in.
And I don't think the community cares.
That's
They just
right.
want.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Well,
Community perspective,
Yeah.
one color, they're gonna all know.
Yeah, they don't care.
there is certainly inherent benefit just to the visibility. Just to driving around, people know that they're there. It gives some sense of comfort to people who may be thinking about violating some code or rule regulation, to know these guys are regularly around, may dissuade them a little bit, so.
So you touched on something about resources that I'd like to discuss with all of us here.
Yep.
Recently, we've been negotiating a new contract with Beach Island Ocean Rescue. And it's still in the negotiation process. But right now, the way it stands is we're reducing the number of men or manpower. And based on what we're hearing Jody talk about they rely on us to respond and to assist them. I just have to say, in big picture, I am no longer in favor of reducing manpower.
Where did you say we're reducing that?
That's an email that we received from staff.
Well,
For the night ordinance, for the nighttime shift. I am.
We can, I don't know if we want to negotiate all the terms of the contract here in public. We can certainly do that. The last conversation, the email I had, because there's a set of cost-related issues. There's also best allocation of resources. The last email I sent, which was earlier this morning, I believe you were copied on it, was where we would end up basically flat relative to the status quo. That would still entail a substantial increase in the amount we are currently spending.
In money, yeah.
In money, but flat, it would be combine the two contracts, allow more flexibility in deployment from the standpoint of Barrier Island Ocean Rescue. There should not be a separation of the beach patrol and code enforcement. That beach patrol does code enforcement, so you don't separately carve those out. And the idea was to have evening coverage throughout the year, the amount of evening coverage, the number of people, and the lateness of the hours would fluctuate or flex depending on the time of year.
Yeah, I understand. So the email's here, and you mentioned you don't want to negotiate it, but it's referring to a reduction of staff.
We're not lying.
Here. This is, so over the weekend, remember, I did.
That's yours. I
Yeah,
responded.
but- Yeah, here's what you were saying.
Yeah, which I said. Flat.
So you're saying that we're not, as of this morning, which I didn't see yet.
What I was saying, what Stephanie had circulated was a even net reduction of 1, and I'm going, my view was, I don't want to pay 15 or 20% more for a reduction in the current level of
Okay,
service.
so I just want to say, I don't want to have a reduction in service.
So what?
Full stop, as you would say.
So what I've been focused on was trying to get to flat, to still get them to a number they wanted that was significantly higher than the combined amount of our two current contracts.
I would like to open it up for the rest of the
Okay.
talk about, I'm just talking manpower, I'm not talking dollars. I don't want to see a reduction in manpower.
Well, but Russ, I appreciate that as a general concept, but it depends on when and how those resources are allocated.
I disagree. So there are statistics, we talked to, or I've talked to Beach Island Ocean Rescue, where they've had fires on the beach from people going out and partying late at night. And
So
the
nobody's,
risk, but unless we have somebody there at night,
so
I'm not willing to accept that risk.
I agree.
So, but I keep hearing two different things.
Don't ignore what the chart.
No, I'm hearing words that are somewhat, depending on the time of the day, there may be a reduction. I don't want to have a reduction of manpower, period.
Okay, it's probably best to take this offline, but we can negotiate every jot and tittle of this. So right now, we have 2 contracts that are separate. Barrier Island Ocean Rescue is
Correct.
interested in combining the contracts.
Correct.
Those 2 contracts are, one is for solely defined as evening code enforcement.
Correct.
For $384,000. And that's basically about 1 2/3 FTE equivalents. Okay, there's a separate beach patrol contract, which is different shifts at different times depending on the time of the year.
I understand all that. I understand, but what I have seen to date is that the manpower count is going down, and you're saying as of this morning, there's a new email that you're saying the manpower is not going to go down?
I said I'm unwilling to support a combined contract that provides for less coverage than we currently get at a significant increased price.
I got that.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm referring to. So
And so I said,
you're talking about less coverage, which to me is less manpower.
Russ, I just said that I'm not sports. I said we need to at least get to flat from current level. Then the question is, could I still support, I can't speak for my fellow council members, a 15 or 20% increase over current cost at the same staffing level? Possibly so, if there was some flexibility built in around that.
All right, part of the issue is big picture is the rest of us are not involved in this negotiation.
You've
And I know
been in every meeting and every email.
And I'm bringing it up,
Yeah.
and I'm bringing it, but, so I know it's a strong mayor form of government, and you're the guy who negotiates, et cetera, and so forth. But I'm very, very, very uncomfortable when we have less staff, and I made that crystal clear. So if you're going to continue negotiating down that path, I don't think it's going to get approved.
How many times did I just say, I personally do not support a model that involves less staffing at a higher cost. So therefore, I said, let's at least get to current staffing levels and figure out what the cost of that is. So that's what this is.
Okay. So we're going for current staffing. Yes.
No, they're trying to get close to flat because it's different in how you allocate those resources between the existing, completely separate, that made no sense, they didn't want, two separate contracts, one focused on code enforcement, one on beach patrol, when beach patrol, it doesn't even make any sense because beach patrol does code enforcement. In fact, most of what beach patrol, yes, they do life saving, but evening code enforcement does code enforcement, but they also have life support capabilities.
Yes.
So it's to combine those two. So the question then becomes, what's the best allocation? Let's just assume for a minute that we're flat on the overall set of resources that are provided by Barrier Island Ocean Rescue relative to the status quo. No overall change. There is still a question about the allocation of those resources. So what I suggested today, it would be my view again, I'm the one on behalf of the administration doing the contract negotiation. Ultimately, it has to be approved by council, no question, full stop, is that do we need to have somebody at midnight, going to midnight in January and February? My particular view is not necessarily. Do I think we need to have somebody on island midnight or perhaps beyond that? During the summer hours when it doesn't get dark till 10 and you've got a lot of family? Absolutely. So that's that kind of flexibility as to what I was suggesting is full coverage, but for example, the evening shift in the middle of the winter might end at 8 or 10 o'clock.
I know. I'm not in support of that.
Can I weigh in?
What are you? Absolutely, please.
So my understanding was that the proposed combination of the two contracts would result in increased flexibility for these guys, which would result in better capacity or better ability for staffing. We talk about workforce and all of that. You could shift your people around as needed to meet seasonal needs, etc. You could provide some additional training to bring people even better up to speed than they currently are. And from my perspective, just overall from a safety issue, my friends live here because of safety. Probably the primary reason that they're here is because they feel safe here. And to the extent that these guys, Craig and the Kika security staff all enhance that, to me it's worth some kind of additional financial support.
And that's, I appreciate that, and that's where we are right now.
So in my thoughts, and I'm glad to hear this, is, it's a risk, it's an operational thing, as opposed to just the manpower levels. I've shared with you, I don't know if the rest know, I've taken a really deep look into safety and security from the inlet code perspective. I chair the committee. I met with Jody and Adam at the time, met with Craig and his team, and others as we've taken a look, and I'm really familiar with what's going on from our community's perspective where I live. It's clear to me that enforcement continues to be a prime issue on Kiawah. So anything that reduces enforcement capability, I think is directionally different than what the community wants. So I'm kind of like what Madeline was saying, that to me it's worth a little extra money, and I don't want to put you in a bad negotiation position with how much we pay, but it's...
So to be clear, where we are as of today in the conversation back and forth would be a 15% increase in cost for the same level of service. Just a simple, it's some flexibility on their part and being able to kind of shift seasonally to meet demand.
When was the last time we had an increase on this contract? Because I know cost is expensive to them too.
So we also talked about building in a future cost escalator.
When I'm looking back to, like, when's the last time?
I think
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
So over 3 years. 3 years.
when we.
So there's not been a cost increase for 3 years?
Depends which contract you're talking about.
Yeah, that's right. We're just
The
slightly
evening
different.
code enforcement, I don't think did, but the beach patrol.
And that's been part of the conversation. We said cost increase, no
I'm just trying
question.
to understand.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a cost increase for 3 years,
Yeah.
so that number is less shocking to me, thinking that it's over a 3-year period with compounding.
My view is, let's build in a cost escalator each year in the contract to deal with inflationary pressures.
That's
So
fair.
rather than lock in a period over a certain time. So this would simply be a starting point, and then it would continue to escalate, so we wouldn't be into the same problem.
And I'm not comfortable with, say, January stopping at 10 versus midnight. I mean, I saw the reports from this weekend, you know, the kid who rode the e-bike, I mean, it was during the day, but stuff still happens. And, you know, I walk my dog at 10 o'clock every night around Inlet Cove, Sparrow Pond, Duneside, areas like that. There's a lot of people here.
So,
Well, the
Lights are on
assault happened at 2:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that, you know, that's.
Yeah.
Let me ask a couple of questions, just so what I think I'm hearing is you're in favor of combining the two contracts into one.
that was originally requested, and they said there would be administrative and operational efficiencies. That's fine, because two separate contracts don't really make any sense. And if they have operational and administrative efficiencies, that seems to be of a cost benefit as well, so.
So that was a yes?
Yes.
If I can summarize that in one word, that was a
Yes.
yes. Okay, the second thing is you're in favor of having the same staffing level we have today.
No, I was not making any judgments about what is the optimal staffing level for, and this is where it starts to get a little bit blurry, code enforcement versus just patrolling the beach for life safety purposes, people in the water. That's one service they provide, you know, lifeguard writ large kind of service. There's also code enforcement. So one of the questions we were having internally as part of our staffing discussions is, we lost one code enforcement, we're going to replace that. Do we make that an evening shift position? So that it goes till midnight or whatever? Or do we think about hiring another full-time staff code enforcement person to augment that? Because we know what the all-in cost of that is. And how does that compare with contracting some or all of those services outside? So that's part of the broader conversation about, you know, what is the best allocation of resources as a whole? What do we do internalize? What do we contract out?
I guess what I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand is, that all sounds reasonable as we look at what's the most effective deployment of resources.
Yep.
And what I thought I heard you say a couple times was you wanted to keep the same staffing level. And what I thought I heard from these guys a month or so ago is they wanted to increase their coverage by 2 people, a senior person and a 7th person on shift.
So what they proposed at that point in time was a one added shift only for 3.5 months. And
Peak season. Yeah.
what's that?
Peak season.
Peak season. And one added shift for, I can't remember what the other point in time. You guys correct me if I'm wrong.
It's a senior person.
It was a 24-hour position. It was
But
essentially
it wasn't
covering-
on island though. It wasn't on island.
Yes, it was. It was covering one, the 24-hour person would cover one of the night shift patrols. In October, the mayor asked us to reframe and reimagine the entire code enforcement contract. That's what we attempted to do by saying, let's combine the contracts, let's make it one thing, and let's reframe how we do everything. To have our senior staff member be a 24-hour position, so they would be flex time, able to respond to anything, anywhere on the island, without taking resources off the beach, especially during peak season. That was the idea. In addition to that, we also wanted a 7th person during peak season, because we think the needs of the beach demand that.
So the midnight to 8 a.m. was a senior person on island every day of the year.
Correct.
Okay. So one FTE there, that's actually, it's 1.3 FTEs. And then an additional shift for 3.5 months, thereabouts. So that's a quarter, I mean, it's a third of an FTE or something. So you're getting, it worked out to about 1.6 FTEs. And what the proposal at that time was for a 50% increase.
Okay, so let's stay right,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so I understand that part. We talked about the efficiency, and then what I thought I heard you say also was, and I'm gonna speculate here, you wanted to put in a cost of living increase, something or every year, whatever the life got, rather than them estimate the cost up front and charging us over the course of the year.
As one element, yes.
Yeah, that's, so kind of an escalating based on cost rather than building in a guess of what the escalation should be. Okay.
Yep. So that's kind of where it was, and the idea for what was an increase from 950,000 to over 1.4 million for about a 1.6 FTE, less than 1.6 FTE increase, was the part of the issue. And so we kind of started moving around pieces. There was a proposal that came back for less coverage at less cost, and I came to the same conclusion. Don't want less coverage. So the last round was trying to get to, okay, at least flat on current coverage at a higher cost, significantly higher cost than we're paying now. At the same time, we're trying to figure this out now because the contracts are coming up. We still have the ability to address code enforcement coverage issues through additional staffing hires if we think appropriate. And we know the cost associated with that.
So we're at a problem here, so we don't know what we're going to do direct hire. And how do you enter into a contract? And I'm only bringing it up because you indicated earlier today, just now, that during the slow season, which is now, our night enforcement guy would leave at 8.
What I said, it provides them some flexibility. The assumption would be they would be at least based on demand. Question is, what kinds of activities are occurring in the town or on the beach?
And you see, and that's where you and I are differing, is because it's analogous to saying that, crime is down, we don't need a police force. Well, the number of incidents go down in January in the evening, but what if they don't? We just need
Guys,
one kind of...
If you guys want to have 24/7, 2 CCSO on the island all the time, two code enforcement officers on the time all night long, and that's the consensus, and you don't care about the cost, I mean, that's what the council's prerogative is. I'm just telling you from an administration standpoint, that's not where I'm trying to make the best utilization of internal and external resources at the most kind of cost effective.
Great, and that's the right answer, but I think the disconnect is, the rest of us are not, we don't know where you're at. And we may have different...
You do, because you've been part of...
Which is why I brought it up.
No, and it's why it was on the agenda. It's why it's on the agenda. It's why it's on the agenda. That's why we have all these...
So as one of the ones who's not, it seems like the belt and suspenders model is working for the needs of the community. And like I said before, any step backwards from coverage that we're providing today, I think is directionally different than what the community would like. You touched on being able to hire somebody. We know the cost, but I actually was going to ask Stas and Rob the question. We've been talking about workforce a lot, and this is a highly specialized, highly trained workforce. How does the cost of this kind of specialties, is that increasing faster than the national average? Is it? What are the
So if you look historically to the last time we had a contract increase, it was right before or during COVID. And our employees count as first responders and healthcare workers. And that was the biggest increase in staff labor cost with maybe besides food and bev. Who knows what COVID did to all that. It has leveled since then, but in order to get people to come here, as you've all heard, to get people to come to work here, you have to pay them more. It has to be worth it to them to come out here.
And so
you
our-
have to give them the hours that they want to work is really the hardest part for us.
So are wages increasing more rapidly year over
Oh, yeah.
year?
Yeah, we were looking at way back when, before we were a BLS service, was the last time we did the contract, just to see what the wages were then, and it's 150%.
So one question for you, I've been peppering him with a question. One question for you guys was, I remember in your proposal, you talked about you're going to avoid the maze of Ks with this senior person. So we wouldn't have to call the gate. So tell me how that would work vis-a-vis these guys sitting in the back row over here.
So the idea being that if there was one number that was always answered by a town representative, people would call the town for town things. If there was, right now, there is one number that is, everybody knows, and that's the gatehouse.
So I really like that, and that's one of the findings that's coming out of my committee at Inlet Code. And I asked Craig this question after we met. Okay, there's like 3 different numbers people might want to call. Who should they really call? And there has not been a good answer to that. And that's a frustration I've gotten from our membership at our annual meeting, that they don't know who to call, when, and why. And if we had a central number that could coordinate responses, that would be very helpful.
But the problem is the central number for, who in the community, we have enough trouble getting people to, understand how to contact the town or what the town is responsible for. You have to opt into it. The idea, people, I don't know, we can correct this. They know if you live on Kiawah Island, you're a KICA member, you've got that KICA gate security number, and you know they're close by. Are we trying to shift, so you're from now on, you're calling a town number?
Potentially, and Jody, we talked about this man by the pool, about who do we call? And he said, well, tell me if I'm misstating it. We're happy to take your call, we'll support you whenever we can. We may be on the other side of the island, we may have higher priority, and if that's the case, you may need to call somebody else. And so renters or residents or whoever, okay, who do I call now? How do I find the number? It's not my phone. I got 45 minutes of an earful of this at our annual meeting. So there's definitely an outcry for this.
Okay, but calling, so you have a town number, and what's the town issue that they're going to be?
We need I never said a town number, but that's what the proposal was.
Well, no, that's a town representative, that's a town number and town number.
I understand that. What I'm saying is the need that's been expressed to me.
Okay.
Is that we need to simplify calling, especially in stress situations. And I've made a 911 call here. I mean, I know what those feel like. So in stress situations where people are having confrontations, or there's a neighbor-to-neighbor, neighbor-to-renter, whatever issue going on, I think things aren't getting called in.
So now they either should be calling 911 or they generally call KICA security. Do we want to give them a third number?
No, we want to give them just one number, because if
what
you
is
call
that?
KICA security and they're not available to respond, they'll tell you, okay, it'll take us an hour to get there. Well,
If the town isn't available to respond, then how's that change?
it lets them coordinate who's responding across all the people who are able to respond.
Why can't KICA do that?
Because you're asking the member or the person calling to do that, the way it is today.
No, I think I agree with you. What I think you're saying is there's a 911. If somebody's breaking into my house, I call 911.
Yeah.
If somebody's making noise, I need to call a 1011.
Yeah.
And where that goes to is
It doesn't.
one of two places, and we don't need to figure that out here.
Yeah, we don't need to
right.
figure that out.
But
It's
I
not
think
going
that
on. We don't
idea
need to
of-
make that decision. I agree
just need
that
a
that would
central
be.
number that's
Yes.
just-
I think that idea is a
Yes.
great
Absolutely.
idea, and we do a great job of publishing. All of us, KICA and us, can publish,
And
call the
that's-
1011 number.
And that's like a Kiawah Island
figure that out.
Alliance kind of topic as well. We're not going to try to solve that in this particular contract.
But I would be curious, directing this to the KICA folks, whether or not that kind of single number would be, at least hypothetically, okay with you guys.
I think the main gate functions in that capacity, that we will redirect to the correct resource, because we're certainly tied into all of them. It is amazing, frankly, how many people call in with a 911 issue, and we have to tell them to hang up and call 911. But to Councilman Spencer's point, we had a meeting to discuss the things that were going on in Lake Cove. It was the reason we changed our reporting to the Public Safety Committee to show just how many things we're dealing with overnight. And of course, we're gonna prioritize a missing child or a drowning or a cardiac arrest over a drunken disorderly at the pool. You know, so we are doing our best to try to give a real look at all the things that one person is handling on patrol. And if they're in an ocean course, they're not gonna make it to Inland Cove by the time, something bad has happened. We can certainly deploy people out of the main gate if we have to, and if the position's bad enough, the condition is bad enough, but we can't give up our post at the gate completely.
Okay, so I'm the only one who hasn't weighed in. I think what I've heard is you're negotiating the contract. I agree with that.
To make a recommendation.
I agree with that. Number two is you're negotiating a combined contract of a beach patrol and after-hours code enforcement. I agree with that. You're trying to get the best cost for us, whatever the level of service is, and I like the idea of a COLA versus just a big number up front, and let the COLA be the increase. And then fourth, I think I've heard everybody else say no less than what we have today. I probably would agree with that, but I would also say if there's a level of service that's slightly better, I would have you entertain that, would be what I would say.
And certainly not unwilling to entertain that. Obviously, the trade-off is, again, staff-related resources. You ask about the cost issue. No question one of their people is more costly than one of ours because they're training them to do stuff on the beach and have life-saving capability on the beach. Code enforcement services, if you're simply focused on the code enforcement, doesn't require all of that specialized training. We know what code enforcement services cost. So if the primary issue is code enforcement at any given point in day, we can solve for that at a known cost point. Is there additional benefit to having somebody who is a code enforcement person has some additional medical capability? Absolutely, absolutely. But it gets marginal because what we've been pointing out is we do have those on the island 24/7 anyway. And the question is, does a code enforcement officer that's checking out an STR bikes on the, too many bikes left out, adding value in that regard relative to having Station 4 a quarter mile away?
I'll say from having called in a 911 call from the beach, dispatch sent the ambulance and EMS to Seabrook. So if there had been a code enforcement officer, and Barry Island came, by the way, I talked to Saz on the phone. Having a code enforcement officer who could do even basic EMT stuff is a value add to me, because in that situation, I wanted that person there right away.
I would agree.
And we could also, again, talking about resourcing from our standpoint, do we need to upgrade the training of our staff? Again, it's just, what do you do internalize, what do you internalize and what do you outsource? I will say, I've said to them time and time again, I think Rob and Saz and their team provide a high level of service, very valuable, very professional, and I think that's to the benefit of the community as a whole. But the only but is, it's just not, there has to be some kind of value proposition associated with that, because then you start looking at, do you solve for that all separately? Where they clearly, in my view, add immeasurable value and I don't want to say irreplaceable, negotiating against interest here, is the kind of stuff that they do on the beach.
Yep.
I don't ascribe the same value proposition, even though I like how they're trained, I like how they interact, to the pure landside code enforcement piece. That's all.
I understand the distinction.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just for point of clarification, there was an email sent this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, we didn't receive one. There was one yesterday, but That's still.
Oh,
net.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes,
That's-
my
that's-
apologies.
That's
yes.
still net negative from where we are currently.
Well, I was trying to say get to flat. I couldn't quite figure out exactly. It seemed like maybe there was a 2-week less than current.
There's still one less person total across the peak season.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, so to Mr. Berner's point, there's still one less person from what we have currently. If you're using both contracts as the benchmark, there's still one less person.
Well, but again, it's just, that's only with respect to that one period of time, and that one contract, the reason for combining was solely landside code enforcement. And that's the problem.
Yeah, it's about 1,200 man-hours less.
No, I understand that, but it's still less manpower.
The idea, I didn't go back and I said my objective is trying to get to at least flat. That's what I said. Again, whether that works out to what was adding or not, to your minus and.
Yeah.
My caveat would be take out the word try.
Pardon, do what?
Take out the word try and just have me get the.
Well, Lance, I mean, if somebody else wants to go through all the hourly permutations on all the shifts and try to figure it out, God bless, I'd welcome the help on all that. But that's kind of, it's trying to add up all of those. Who's providing kind of what shifts over at what periods of time during the day and times of the year.
And I think that we put out the requirement, they put out the response.
That's what we've been doing. Except was trying to get to flat. If the last permutation I had didn't get to flat, then we'll try to get at least to flat. And if there makes sense to have additional services above and beyond that, then we can certainly entertain that. Figure out what's the cost, what's the relative cost of that compared to doing that ourselves.
And take this as a positive, because what I'm actually really trying to do is save time, because we would have had this discussion in another month or whatever. So we're dealing with it today.
Well, no, it was on the agenda to touch upon. We got a little more granular than perhaps anticipated, but the idea was to touch upon on all this today. Yes, Madeline.
Well, I think there are, we've talked about a very large bucket of money that the town has to spend. And so this is soft input. But when we're outsourcing to an organization that we've worked with for many, many years, and there have been few complaints that I've ever been aware of, and there hasn't been an increase in the contract or in the prices negotiated for the last 5 years or so, then I think outsourcing with some additional expense is probably a very good value proposition. And again, I go back to an unmeasurable quantifier here, which is the sense of safety that is enhanced and provided by those guys and the whole team. Get all the different security people who are involved.
I will say too that consistently comes up as one of the top points in the KICA member surveys, safety and security on the island.
Yes. Well, and last year we had safety and security as the very first topic item. We were led into for other reasons and guessed to other things, but it was the first topic after that. So no question, our collective responsibility, there is no job more important than that one.
And let me just add one thing to this. Again, being the naysayer, the voice of negativity, I worry about that sense of security. One big event could blow it all out of the water.
Sure can.
And I would tell you, if I were KICA chairman for a day, the one thing I would focus on is better gate security. And people coming in for the day who don't have any business being here. It's an easy fix with software and getting the resort on board. Having to have a reservation to come in, there's guests. We're talking about now giving away more slots to Orange Hill. Where does that stop? Are we going to buy the partner's going to buy the Country Club of Charleston and give all those guys access? Gate security's become more and more important, and if we have a blow up, it's going to fall right back on gate security.
So the board actually did just pass a new gate security access policy, and there was a newsletter that was published on Friday that talks about what we're doing with gate access off island. There's a lot of good work being done right now. I am on the phone with our gate security software company several times a week. There's a lot being done. I agree with you completely. There's a long way to go. We now have the board's approval to move forward with all of the ideas we've had. So in case you missed it, Bev's here. She's a key board member. She just walked in during the middle of the conversation. So, yeah.
Well, go as far as you can go, because that sense of safety, all it takes is one big event, and it's going to be gone.
Okay, one other thought on that. You know, there's things like once and warrants databases and stuff like that. I'm not trying to speak for you necessarily, but
I'm sorry,
once and warrants databases and things like that, so you know if, you know, who's a felon and things like that, who's a wanted.
Databases.
Yeah, who's wanted, you know, criminals, police are after them.
Yeah, I don't really know.
That might be something maybe the town could sponsor. I don't know the legalities of that, but that could be something on the table.
I think it would have to come from the municipality rather than private security, but happy to work on it together.
I'm not sure, you might have to be law enforcement to be tied into that.
Well, there's going to be devil in the details,
Yeah.
but I'm thinking probably Craig knows how to work it if it's workable.
So,
Once and warrants, stuff again. Once and warrants at the gate, the once and warrants database.
Yeah, that's something we have to work out, to have to sit down and talk with the sheriff department.
yeah,
Yeah.
that has to go through, I think. law
Well, I understand.
enforcement,
I'm
but
just
we
putting
don't
it on
have
the
law
table.
enforcement.
They're probably more likely to talk to us.
Okay,
idea.
speaking of public safety related issues, so the next topic, I don't know if we could spend all day on this or not, maybe defer to another time, is e-bikes and low-speed vehicles. Just to level set, there's no restriction on either in the town of Kiawah Island. There are restrictions on the use of both on Kika roads and leisure trails. And so that has engendered some confusion. And the question is, does the town want to consider doing something differently, changing the status quo from a municipal ordinance standpoint?
So I thought you were going to suggest that code enforcement all get road-ready mokes and drive those around as the new town vehicle.
That's a challenge, and I say that because occasionally when I'm at Freshfields, I do see golf carts, and they must be coming from.
Seabrook.
Seabrook, yeah, they're not there, they're there fairly frequently.
I know, so if we're implementing that ordinance, then Seabrook would then be affected.
That,
That's a good point.
that is correct.
And they're allowed in the city of Charleston.
They are, yeah.
It's like, it's
I would say, let's leave it to Kika would be my
That's
vote.
my thought.
Leave it behind the island, behind the first
Both
gate.
both LSVs and e-bikes?
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
Okay. Just from a communication standpoint, and it gets a little bit challenging sometimes, because Kika will put out something that says e-bikes are prohibited on the island, which is not technically.
Yes, sir. We've heard your point, and we do try.
I know, it showed up something frequently, but then people, the challenge for all of us and for you all is, that means people can take e-bikes to Beachwalker County Park.
That is what it means.
They can.
They end up on
And
private property for sure.
And then they can easily, don't have to go by the gate down
Yep.
there.
It is the number one way,
Yep.
I believe, you guys get off the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're, right now, we've been enforcing e-bikes on the beach by an ordinance that we have, but the concern is that that ordinance may not.
Well, I think Jim, did we modify it?
Oh,
The
yeah.
ordinance used to
We
just
now
say
have- that's right.
motor vehicles, and it wasn't clear that e-bikes were actually meant the definition of motor vehicles in the
Right.
state code, but we specifically changed
Yeah.
it. You know, that's one, I have a different personal view. I'm not saying, recommend we change it, but I don't, the idea of having pedal assist, e-bikes, Class 1 e-bikes on the beach doesn't bother me at all, because they don't have throttles and going against the wind and everything. But right now, we don't even allow those.
Yeah.
So Jody, if somebody was going to ride an e-bike past the front gate on the bike path, you would stop them?
If we had somebody out there, we would, but we don't staff the trail.
Because I have, on golf carts on Cougar, I have witnessed many an e-bikes on that bike path.
I saw it was about a week and a half ago, guys, young guys, 2 e-bikes coming from the direction of Freshfields, getting to the main intersection. They went just a little bit further and cut through by the gas station and then onto they knew, they tucked back in so they wouldn't be seen right at the gate.
We routinely get complaints from property owners about e-bikes, and they'll send us a location for the e-bike, and we'll go check it out. Craig was great the other week. Somebody sent him a complaint about an e-bike, sent it to me, so we checked it out.
Yeah, it was. I do have to say it is a concern. I'm in a golf cart and it's speed regulated, and I was passed by a guy on an e-bike.
Well, there's a growing trend across the country to outlaw the e-bikes because they're endangering pedestrians wherever you go. The problem that we have with security is if we get a call about an e-bike being in a location, by the time we get there, they're 2 miles away because they are flying down the trails or the roads. And if we do catch them, because some of the times what we do is we'll go to a place where they're commonly known to pass you eventually, we'll just wait there for them. And when they come, we tell them these aren't allowed. And they say, okay, and they ride off.
Well, and they have to deal with them on the beach because they get down onto the beach. Either they've already gotten on the island or coming down. But you don't have the ability to stop anybody.
It's a little bit easier for us using the radios as long as we have another unit farther down because the beach is a straight line. We can say, hey, blue e-bike passing Boardwalk 32, headed north, headed east, whichever way they're headed, and have whoever the next unit is stop them. And typically they will stop for the flashing lights and a wave down, but you got to get out and do it because they're not going to stop otherwise. Same thing with hoverboards and all the one wheels and all of that stuff.
Yeah, we can encounter teenagers who are 2 miles from their home. We're going to say, get off your bike and walk home. No.
Yeah, we typically make them disconnect the motor and pedal. Is what we have told them to do, and that gets pushed back when they're already in the critical habitat area and have to go against the wind.
All that to say, if the town were to eliminate the use of e-bikes on this side, it would greatly improve the safety on the other side.
Do you think that as you come around that curve on Kiawah Island Parkway, if there were visible signs, no e-bikes past this point, kind of where Little Rabbit Lane is, do you think signage would help at all? And same thing down by the beach, by Beachwalker Park?
It couldn't hurt. I mean, there are certainly people who are law-abiding. They'll see the sign and they'll turn around. There are others who say, oh, I didn't see a sign. Yeah. So, every little bit helps.
There is, I believe, some signage at Beachwalker saying e-bikes are prohibited on the beach. But they also have a myriad of signs with all the ordinances.
Yeah. And you're talking when you get down to the
it's on the
actual
boardwalk.
park.
Yeah, it's on the boardwalk to the beach.
But it's also the case that clearly e-bikes, not all these e-bikes are coming from John's Island. And so they're getting onto the island with people who are renting. They're getting.
A lot of them do originate in Freshfields. We see them biking down and they use the trail, they go right on through. And, you know, it's that whole public-private thing. And if we spot an e-bike, we do definitely attempt to stop them and tell them it's not allowed. But we don't have somebody stationed on the trails 24/7 either.
Right now, there appears to be no real consensus on either low-speed vehicles or e-bikes, but maybe continue to monitor the e-bikes.
Yeah, the Freshfield thing, I don't know how you deal with Seabrook.
Okay. All right, let's, can we now move on from public safety, as important as it is? Also important is resiliency and protection of our natural environment.
You guys want to stay? We're shifting. Yeah.
So we don't have to do this quite in the order presented, the bullet topic here. They've been very patient, so I'd ask Lee to come and, update us on the work he and the Conservancy are doing with regard to research and monitoring of the Kiawah River watershed.
I have a PowerPoint
Okay.
presentation, just, and some of the things I wanted to focus on were primarily just related to the interconnectivity of the area, and kind of highlighting those, but.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you.
Where is the computer? Oh, okay, that's right.
E-trikes. But keep
E-trikes?
You have to go talk to the Kika board about
they
that.
flatly refused, one of them in particular flatly refused to even entertain the idea, despite having doctors, et cetera.
I want motorcycles, big Harleys.
So, Madeline, you can try to negotiate a trade with the town will ban e-bikes if Kika allows e-trikes.
Okay, all right, I bought it.
All right, it said it didn't have a license on the computer, so if it just shuts off, I don't know. Well, hey, everybody, thank you for inviting me here today. I'm Lee Bundrick. I'm the Senior Ecological Health and Conservation Coordinator for the Conservancy of the Sea Islands, so quite a bit of words. If anybody missed it last week, we made the major announcement of making this change from the Kiawah Conservancy to the Conservancy of the Sea Islands last week. We're very excited about it, but one of the things that I'd like to share with you today is kind of our thought process over the past 6 years, and talking about interconnectivity within the area, mostly focusing on the high points. And really, it kind of goes back to our mission, and our mission is really focused on the watershed area, focused on Kiawah Island, Seabrook, and Southern Johns Island. And primarily as our work is as a land trust, accredited land trust, operates on Kiawah Island. We've been here since 1997, but we've expanded this work after a very thoughtful discussion in our 2030 strategic planning sessions. And that kind of led us to organizational change this past month. And kind of want to talk a little bit about kind of how we got to this, kind of our thought process behind it, and provide some details about kind of what types of research kind of we're going down towards, some strategies that we're looking at right now. And for interconnectivity, it goes with our mission statement that we're focused on land, water, and wildlife. Because at the core of what we do is we're protecting natural habitat. But we also recognize that there is a huge community aspect to this as well. And a lot of this is related to those three interconnections. And I'll talk about each one of those and kind of provide some extra details. But one of the things we did do is we took a watershed approach. It's more of an ecological way of going about conservation and focusing on a geographic area. But often get questions about what is a watershed. So it's really related to a specific body of water in any land that kind of provides rainfall kind of goes on these lands and goes into that body of water, and whatever boundaries that area is called a watershed. And it's really based on like the size of a specific body of water that you have. So if you're focusing on a large river system like the Savannah, you have a huge watershed, and you can do that across an entire region, across multiple states and jurisdictions. Or you can do it at the county level, where you're focused on places like the Stono River or the Ashley or the Cooper. And then for us, we're focused on a small localized watershed, kind of focused on 3 different watersheds in our region. And the federal government classifies these in digits, and they call this the 12-digit watersheds. And we have 3 within our immediate area, which is Bohicket Creek, Stono River, and the Kiawah River. That makes it easier to kind of find out which ones you're talking about. But this is the kind of the watershed area called this. We're calling it the Sea Islands watershed. That's really our focus of a lot of research and monitoring right now. This is sort of kind of the area of focusing where all of our water quality goes, all of our wildlife, and certainly our community. And getting at the surface waters, our surface waters are all shared. So if we look at the entire watershed area, if we look at the Kiawah River watershed, it's not just Kiawah Island that affects this waterway. It's also Johns Island. It's also Seabrook. Similarly with Bohicket, you have Wadmalaw, Johns Island, and Seabrook all kind of playing into it. And on the Stono River, you have James Island kind of going into play with that. But essentially, all the drainage from those islands ends up into these kind of collective waters, and we share not only the quantity of water that goes in there, but also the water quality. And with that, it also affects the wildlife in there, including the fisheries that we all share as well. So it's a collective sort of resource that we all use. And thinking about wildlife, one of the things we constantly talk about is how wildlife don't necessarily recognize any of our boundaries. They recognize some of the natural boundaries like the river systems, but they do swim across them occasionally and migrate to and from islands. So they move between jurisdictions, and they are usually looking for suitable habitat. They're looking for resources, new ranges. So they're just constantly moving in and out, trying to find areas that are suitable for surviving. And it's also kind of focused on stopover habitat. We do have migratory species that come through here, and they don't necessarily recognize our boundaries. They just try to find areas that are suitable for feeding and resting and nesting before they move on. And some of the things, and there's really great research on bobcats on Kiawah Island conducted by Jim Jordan. And from GPS locations between 2007 and 2014, we constantly look at these, and we notice that there's always this movement over to Seabrook, but there's also movement on to Johns Island. If you can kind of see off to the left of that picture, there's a little enclave of bobcats, or a bobcat, hanging around in Wadmalaw. And there's anecdotes that there's bobcats moving all the way up towards West Ashley as well. So the Kiawah Island bobcats move around quite a bit. They don't necessarily stay on the island. Most of them do, but some of them move across. So they move across these jurisdictions. So these boundaries are more administrative, not necessarily ecological. And the one thing about our focus is that we recognize that waters move, fish and wildlife move, but people shape how these movements occur. So anything that occurs on these landscapes, whether it's changing the landscape, removing trees, or building, or putting up agricultural areas, golf courses, it changes the movement patterns of water and wildlife. And it does affect the ecological function. Our natural landscapes do provide a lot of resources to us, and a lot of people call them our natural infrastructure because of all the services it provides, all these ecological functions, these hydrologic functions, the nutrient cycling, providing habitat for wildlife. All of this sort of helps with keeping the ecosystem in balance. And when we have changes within those landscapes, it affects that entire area. It affects the provision of the services that allow us to have a high quality of life in an area. And this also affects not only the wildlife, but also resilience outcomes for our own communities, so human communities. So when the ecosystem is damaged, there is also a kind of equal and opposite reaction towards the human condition, which is reduced resilience outcomes. And with this, it's not only just looking at land use changes from a raw standpoint. So this is a map of forest loss and gains within the 3 watershed area. You can see that there's quite a bit of forest loss and maybe a little bit of forest gains in this area. But that this is just to show you that there is development occurring in these areas. But it's not just development. It's not change in the land. It's also the change. There's more septic in these areas. There's more impervious surfaces, more buildings that affects the functioning of that system. So it's not just losing forest, it's also changing the landscape and how it's used. And this has caused some changes in the environmental quality within our area. One of the things that we've been looking at and monitoring over the past 6 years is the shellfish harvest classification maps that are released by SCDES. And what they do is they take water quality measurements throughout all of our coastal river systems, and they monitor them for things like fecal coliforms to, judge whether or not they are safe for human consumption. So if there's a high level of, say, fecal coliforms in the water, they will shut down those shellfish beds until they go back to safe conditions. And what we've seen over the past 6 years is kind of a fluctuation within all of our river systems. And this includes the Bohica Creek, which has had significant restrictions over the past 10 years. The Stoner River, which moves quite a bit, and also in the Kiawah River. So in the Kiawah River, it was actually shut down for about 3 to 4 years, and it recently got upgraded. And we're looking into that specific change right now. But essentially, the reason why a lot of these watersheds are closed down is because of different types of list impairments within our area. So not only do the water quality monitoring efforts inform on these shellfish harvesting maps, they also inform of whether or not we have impaired waters in our area. And when DES identifies an area that has been impaired for 4 or 5 years or more, they essentially shut down this area. They basically put it on this 303D list, which is managed by the state under the Clean Water Act. Yes, Madeline?
What are the shellfish that are included?
It would be, I know it's eastern oysters, but I think it's rib mussels and clams, I believe. So, I think it's those 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Can you talk about why kind of where it says fecal, those 3 dots on the outer end of Kiawah?
Yes.
Where it comes from, or why that's there, or what that is?
That's what we're doing right now. One of the things that is available if you have an area that's listed as an impaired water body, you can apply for EPA 319 funding in order to resolve those water quality issues, and you usually have to have a watershed plan in order to do so. Right now, we're working to put together sort of the information and data related to that so that we can submit that to DES in order to be able to get access to those funding sources.
But physically, what is it that's shellfish fecal?
It's basically anything that runs from our land masses downstream. It could be anything from untreated wastewater. It could be pet waste. It could be wildlife waste. For some areas kind of closer up towards the northern end of Johns Island, it's likely land uses and septic. For Kiawah, it's probably land applications and potentially some wildlife and pet waste.
What does land applications mean?
It's essentially where treated wastewater gets put onto a landmass like golf courses or agricultural fields. And it could be, I think there's a lot more we need to research into that, but it's treated wastewater. And it's usually permitted through DES.
So the reason I'm asking is permitted wastewater is not out there. Osprey uses well water, and the ocean course uses well water, and then river uses a little bit, and then turtle uses wastewater, and cougar uses wastewater. That's why my question was out there. There's no wastewater out there, so.
Yeah, and it's been like that for 8 to 9 years in those areas, and I think there's still an active application or some certification for using those land applications, and I understand they're doing a mixed use, and I think a lot of it's going to come from other conversations. So we're still in the early phases of putting this together. So. And, interconnectivity matters because we do have these shared service waters. So, typically what you would see in a traditional, watershed areas, all of the things from the upland would go downstream. So you would think it would go all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. But there's discussions now about thinking about how upstream areas are also downstream just because of our tidal fluctuations over time. This was a constant discussion over in Edisto, where they do have a watershed plan, and they're looking at how septic waste kind of moves in and out of water bodies around the area. We do have wildlife that move across our borders, so they fly across our borders, they walk across them to look for habitat. What we have found is that local conditions are really determined by regional actions because of this. So, just because it's across the river and outside of an administrative boundary doesn't mean that it doesn't affect the other islands. And really what goes on within our marshes in particular is incredibly important because it's our collective resource and it provides us with a high quality of life, but it also provides resilience outcomes that are interconnected with the status of that resource. And really, the natural aesthetics that we have in the Low Country really defines our regional identity. And it's a reason why a lot of people, residents who lived here for generations, stay here. There's a lot of reasons why people move here as well. And when you start seeing the quality of that natural habitat, the quality and aesthetics of that rural nature, suburban nature, it changes the regional identity. And for these reasons, this is why we've expanded from Kiawah Island. We still operate on Kiawah Island, but we focus on an area, but it's really the kind of immediate watershed area that's focused on kind of the, this side of the Bohicket Creek all the way to the Stono, so, focusing on the 3 island areas. And really everybody knows what our primary conservation tools are fee simple acquisitions, which we've had very good success with over the years, but also conservation easements, which is essentially somebody continues to own land, but we put easements on it that restrict those specific activities and uses of that land. And a lot of the way we frame it is not really restricting them, but it's giving the landowner control about what happens to that land in the future when it's outside of their hands. Not only does this preserve and protect those natural resources on those lands, but also prevents significant disturbances that would affect our resources downstream. And with this train of thought, a lot of it is focused on that, while we're protecting areas within specific boundaries, the benefits are extended beyond those boundaries. So while all the benefits are retained in that area, really the immediate area really sees the benefits of these things. This is kind of our focus on why we've been protecting some of these areas along Betsy Carson, including what we call the Gathering Ground, which is a 100-acre collection of properties that we just protected over the last few years. So a lot of these protect a lot of stormwater quality. They helped to retain the view shed and the environmental quality within the area. So.
Can you just briefly, I know how a fee simple acquisition works, but how do you compensate a homeowner, if you can talk about this, for a conservation easement?
Yeah, it's a great question. We recently closed on an easement further up Betsy Carson, and the way it works is that you have a full land value, right? And then you have a land value after restrictions are put in, and that difference is the easement value, and that's used to determine a whole sort of things. But within that specific range, you can basically compensate a landowner portion of that to basically pay for an easement. So you while you're taking away, say you're taking away $500,000 worth of value in the land, you could compensate the landowner $200,000, and they would donate $300,000. So there's lots of ways to go about it.
That way they can still use it for hunting or whatever else.
Yes, exactly.
Other areas that I'm familiar with, they pay the taxes for life is another way to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Lee's colleague, kind of looked at and talked about a number of different strategies, some of which the Conservancy's deployed, some others that it's now looking at.
Yeah, and I think there's been a huge effort to look at lands beyond and looking into Charleston County. A lot of discussions about the new, the transportation sales tax that's being discussed right now at the county, and looking at lands that are available, and kind of thinking about how do you strategize conservation in these areas, not just within our immediate area, but throughout the county. There's quite a bit of discussion about it, but I think there's a lot of traction with conservation in the area. So.
Are you developing a watershed master plan?
It's.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear the question.
It's asked if they're developing a watershed master plan.
I think Is like this more like an H&H hydrologic modeling thing, drainage related? No, for us, the primary goal for our watershed planning efforts is very defined within what SEDES is looking for when they're trying to see if you're eligible for 319 funding. So 319 is mostly related to water quality. But there are opportunities to put resilience components within there. So while it doesn't focus on the hydrologic modeling and flooding in that particular, it does address it in the lens of water quality. And there's some maps I'm happy to share with you and anybody that would be interested in further into it.
Is the 319 funding, Lee, only for research, or does it go beyond that? Does it get involved, to mitigation?
It can be used for a variety of things. Right now, what Edisto is using them for is one, for active efforts. They're looking at repair and replacement of septic systems, failing and poorly functioning ones. But they're also doing bacterial source tracking. So actually looking at, taking samples and actually finding out where the bacteria is so they can do targeted efforts to remediate those problems. And they're also using it for educational campaigns. So it's a wide variety of things, and you can spell that out within a watershed plan. It really just depends on what's needed and necessary within a watershed to remediate problems.
Earlier this morning, we had a conversation, you weren't here then, about a more focused resiliency, sustainability role, staff position in the town. And part of that would be focused on working with external stakeholders, looking for grant funding opportunities. Is this the type of thing that if the town had additional resources, there would be additional partnership opportunities on some of these things?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the, there's a lot of benefits from this watershed plan. It's not just something that would get money in, but it also would be able to do things for resilience, like improve CRS credit ratings. I know that there's been discussions with other communities that they've put this in, and they've, it's one of those criteria which helps out with the projects. But, yeah.
Who is it that is providing this 319 funding?
It's the EPA through the State Department of Environmental Services.
So that hasn't dried up?
Not that I've heard of. There's still a lot of projects going on.
And to what extent do you interact with the county, since the Kiawah River watershed, the area you showed, is all within unincorporated Charleston County? Or most of it, maybe a little bit in the city?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is going to be focused on residents. I think that's something that we are planning to reach out to the county about these things to see how we can work together on some of these funding sources and try to pull together resources together for this. I think it just depends on the capacity, but it's more of, I think our efforts right now are focused on trying to reach out to residents to make sure we understand what water quality issues they're concerned about, and also figure out, how should we, target specific priorities for remediating water quality issues in the watershed. So it's we're still kind of in the kind of early phases of the project, but I think engaging with the county and other nonprofit and government resources is something that we're really focused on.
Now, this is a little bit outside, I know, your purview, Lee, but are there other conservation, either fee simple acquisitions or easements, that the Conservancy is looking at within the watershed? Is that kind of the principal focus, as well as some of Guatemala?
Yes. I don't think we've moved into Guatemala yet, but I think we have a handful of places that we're in discussions over in the various Sea Islands. And we're continuously talking to landowners to make sure we can make those connections. And I think that's where the community standpoint is so important, is that we can spread the word about these conservation tools to people who may not know about them and spread the word out. But we have several properties on Betsy Harrison and River Road that we're looking at right now, and we're hoping to see where those conversations go.
And right now, you utilize a combination of green belt funds and or state conservation bank funding?
Yes, those are our two primary ones. We have been primarily focused on fee simple acquisitions, and with the gathering ground properties, it's been about, with the mixture of conservation bank funding and greenbelt funding, it's been about $3.9 million. And I think with this recent acquisition, it's probably close to 5.1. And we also have received about $900,000 of donations from the community to preserve those properties. But one of the things that we found is that it's a better financial investment to do conservation easements because they typically are cheaper than doing fee simple acquisitions, and then comes the question of management of those lands once we have acquired them. Typically with the Conservation Bank and South Carolina Conservation Bank funding, Greenbelt Conservation Bank funding, public access is a very important aspect to it. And unless you have an exit strategy, the organization who accepts those fee simple properties usually has to provide that, and that includes organizational capacity to do so. But with an exit strategy, you would have somebody like Charleston County or municipal government taking over those lands as a public park or a nature trail, per se.
So that's kind of where we potentially come in a couple of respects, and we'll have the conversation about our own version of a Greenbelt Fund, is whether there is the opportunity potential for Kiawah Island to kind of fill in some of the gaps that exist in these other funding sources and or restrictions that exist. It's been the state's view and the county council's view, I don't think it's unanimous in this regard, John, you might chime in as well, that yes, there needs to be public access and for use of Greenbelt funds or land bank. Would we necessarily care to the same extent about public access or not? Is there just simply inherent value in making sure that that land is protected and not developed, whether or not there is public access to the parcel? So
You're thinking off island.
yes, I mean all of this. That's kind of what the conversation's about, is whether it's in our interest to also look to support some of these conservation efforts. And how I defined it, kind of, you start going back a year ago at this time, the town hall, was this Kiawah River watershed is kind of the natural, what I would characterize as zone of interest. One could argue, apropos of the conversation earlier this morning about traffic issues even further up island, that there may be some other reasons to go beyond just the watershed, but the watershed seems to be kind of a natural, truly a natural kind of boundary to define our zone of interest.
Yeah, I don't see that public access would be a barrier either. And I have a question about the recent permeable surface mapping project that you did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you going to be, is that data also going to be helpful in the stormwater standards work that Weston Sampson is just beginning?
Yes, and I did provide that data to Weston and Sampson, and it's actually available online too, so if anybody wants to download and access it, it's there. Yeah, because the roadways, driveways, and roofs act differently when it comes to rainfall, especially with pollutant loading. So they have different concentrations of pollutants that come from each one of those sources, and that really helps to kind of spread out those land uses and those specific coverages, and I think that would be helpful for them. And that includes pathways on golf courses, everything's in there, so they should have everything.
So the work that he's done on this mapping, I don't know how many of you have seen it, but bottom line is about 17% of the island is covered with impervious surfaces.
Yeah, it's 17.97. Yeah, it's a little too granular, I know. And that includes all the driveways, roads, pathways, parking lots. Yeah, that was a blast to put together.
And you've also mapped Seabrook, right?
I have done a little bit on Seabrook. I did mostly the houses, and And I think that's something that I want to continue doing for Seabrook and Johns Island. Go ahead and get all of the roads in there so I can classify that over time. And with development, all that changes. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Any other questions?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we don't have John or Daniel here. Do we have the capability to do, I mean, we're supposed to be showing the slides on Eugenia and...
I have this up for the historical piece, but
Yeah,
I have the beach
okay.
overlay.
Okay, so we can't go into detail on some of the beach overlay related issues, update everybody on where those discussions are kind of evolving, but wanted to give a sense a little bit of the predicate, kind of combining it with some of the work that Lee did. Thank you, John, to visually show.
And Daniel is here.
He may be able to, so is this Google Earth or
This
is
is
this
Google Earth.
GIS?
This is
GIS actually is a little bit better, but that's fine.
Yeah.
We can do this, but GIS is actually better. So one thing we just want to show what was changing. Let's go down to the west end of the island. GIS is much better for the Eugenia portion of it, where we're all the way to the west end. All the way.
You want to go, Captain Sam's
Yeah.
down? Oh,
Well,
yeah, I stopped. Oops, I didn't realize I stopped at this sanctuary.
Keep going. So pull it back just a little bit and go up. So kind of
Right,
there.
right.
Yeah, so what's the date on this? No, don't
This
zoom
one?
don't zoom
Okay,
in.
that's 23.
Okay, then, so there's these layering tools that exist on Google Earth. So let's look at that area going back to 10 years ago, 2015 or 2016.
Okay, that's 2016.
So,
This is what you showed at Town Hall.
yeah. So, I mean, 2016, that's kind of what the west end of the island is. Now, back to,
2023?
yeah.
Or we go a little bit.
Well, no, 2023. Just go to 2023. Unfortunately, Google Earth only goes to 2023, so you don't actually see all the forest lost in the rest of Ocean Pines is now there.
Actually, it can go back further.
When we go
No,
back.
no, I'm saying you doesn't go, Google Earth
Historically.
isn't current.
It goes back further historically.
2015.
No, I meant, it doesn't
Forward.
go.
Oh, go forward.
Forward.
GIS is more up to date, and it's actually better imaging. Interesting, county GIS is better
No, I
than
can pull in the county GIS
Google.
while you're talking.
Okay, so, I mean, you know, Jim had defined, I quoted from you, Jim, you weren't at my town hall.
I listened to it, I heard you.
It quoted you from an article in 2014,
Yes.
National Wildlife Federation, where you talked about the importance of habitat corridors along the beach. Clearly, they existed back in 2014. They don't exist to the same extent today. You don't have some of the same corridors. Now, you've acknowledged that they can still find their way along marsh edges and all of that. And most of the impacts on bobcats are due to SGA's, less so development, although we also know that their single biggest threat is cars, vehicles.
Sure.
And they have to do more crossing of roads if they have fewer habitat corridors.
Yep, definitely.
This one doesn't. Want to open. It's stuck.
I actually have it up on mine, I think. So you just see kind of the maritime forest loss. And one of the reasons why things like, we put in place the tree ordinance, why we're thinking about the beach overlay. This is starting to provide a visual as to, maybe a little late with some of this, but not everything. So now we want to go along Eugenia. And the phenomena there a little bit, further down, and you're going to have to kind of get in
Let me go, keep going
further,
east.
yeah, keep going. So it's kind of
Right
around,
there.
Right there.
I kind of draw in between 51 and 55. I'm not sure exactly where they are, but kind of down that area. So this is this current?
This is 2025.
Yeah, so go
GIS.
back to, so look at this and go, and I want to focus on two things. Go back to 2015.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, you want me to do 2015 on
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
Okay. Just give us a second. There we go. 2025.
So kind of go back and forth,
Okay.
just kind of toggle, just kind of back and forth for a minute.
Okay, it's 2015 aerial and 2025.
Just take it off and then you
There
can.
we go.
So, and especially if you zoom in on, but go ahead and put it on, back on 2015.
Okay.
Um,
Zoom in.
2015.
15.
What you'll see is, what was remarkable to me, is a couple of things going on. There has been, over the last 10 years, some loss of vegetation seaward of the property lines. And if you toggle back and forth in these, you'll see it. It's not dramatic, but it's there across the board. There's
2025?
Yep, same area, you'll see that there's loss back to 2015. So there was more dune, more vegetation.
I'm sorry, go right to left a little bit more?
Pull from right to left.
Okay.
But so there are two phenomena that are
Keep going.
occurring. One is natural. One is natural is that there's been some erosion in that area. The dune structure, the vegetation structure has gotten closer to the property lines. What you've also seen at the same time is, because of the redevelopment and you go back even further to 2015, the houses that have been built
2015?
compared to 2015 or even earlier, you can see it down there, the houses that are being built are larger and sited closer to the property lines, and you'll see a lot more elimination of vegetation and trees.
So this is a great example. So look at not the biggest house, but the one next to it. And you can see there's about half as much green below the line as there is above the line. And that's, I'll go back to 2015. And you can see it's completely out of the picture. So you've lost about a quarter to a half of the maritime forest in front of not the biggest house, but the second biggest house.
But
that's not from
Half that
development.
maritime forest and the beach is gone.
What is that from, though? That's not development.
Well, no, like I said, there's two phenomena. And if you go down the other way a little bit more, it's more distinct. This is all the way at 77. There's kind of the middle.
Is this a storm because there?
It's just natural regression of the beach.
So again, two separate phenomena are happening. One is natural, which is they've lost some of the primary dune relative to a decade ago. So it's gotten closer to the property line. And if you go down to 51 or 54, not way up in the 70s, you're up in the 70s.
Okay, so go back west.
51 through 50.
West.
West,
Yeah.
yeah. You'll see that either 2015 or
50,
20
that's
earlier,
67,
the older houses were smaller and they were set back further, even though there was already still more vegetation and dune in front of the
The
ocean.
loss of the vegetation on the dune side has to be, although I know it's natural, but it must be related to a storm.
Natural, well, some of it is just natural erosion, because what we've learned is from coastal science engineering is that this stretch of the beach is the one area that is stable to erosion. So it is the most impacted by storms. See, look at the difference. on some of these.
I see the two lots that are cleared.
Back to 2015, back to
That-
2015.
Almost to the
Yeah,
property.
just back to 2015.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to 2015, he was talking about the two lots.
I see the,
There's,
there's
these are the
forest.
two lots.
See, now what's happening is redevelopment is occurring where some of these there were a few empty lots, not that many, but there's tear downs, and not only, they're not just replacing the current house.
Okay, so
Yeah.
where are we?
Well, that's why the Planning Commission is continuing to do work and holding workshops on the beach overlay.
So I'm looking at I'm going by memory, the homes that in the next slide were now vacant, that were being worked on?
The 2025, which is
Yeah.
now.
This is some of these right now.
Yeah,
These
all right,
two.
so where your arrow is right now, there's a hell of a lot of trees cut down.
Yep.
Where are we? Where are we?
So,
I mean, in the town, why are we allowing this to happen?
So we did not have, these were done, permitted, two things. One, most of these, which nobody had really focused on, there's three things going on that I've just more recently learned. One is these houses all have unique setbacks. We have R1 and R2 and R3 in our code, but those are almost meaningless. All of these homes have unique setbacks. A lot of these lots only have 10-foot side setbacks, which is, you think, really? In addition to that, there is no ARB. Most of the Eugenia properties, not all of them, but most of the Eugenia properties are not subject to the general covenants. So there has been no ARB overview and tree removal and anything else. And the town, until this last year.
I'm sorry, this is the old section of Eugenia, the dirt road? Okay.
No, it's not. This is not the dirt section.
It's not?
No. It's the length of Eugenia where this is an issue. Yeah, just a second, Mark. Let me finish, and then we'll come back to you. So we did not have a tree ordinance until recently, and there were no covenants applied to many of these. There were basic zoning standards, but there was nothing in the town's ordinance that didn't prohibit you from clear cutting every one of those lots.
I'm not sure that's true.
It is true.
It is true?
Again, not from a town's ordinance standpoint. Now there is. So it applies to any new development or redevelopment that occurs. So we're a little late on some of the stuff. What you also see as a result of things like, the property line, there are different setbacks from the ocean side, the rear setback, but they're generally around 20 feet. But what we also learned is that our ordinance allows oceanside, marshside, or otherwise, going all the way to the property line at grade.
77 was right up against the property.
Up a grade, so they've been able to clear out that vegetation consistent with our code along the ocean, move the house as close as possible, right to the setback line, 20 feet, and then they can clear out all the vegetation up to the property line to give themselves the best view.
We walked the length of Eugenia Saturday anticipating this
Okay,
conversation.
Mark, please.
Just to add to the information you're providing, this subdivision was C.C. Royal. This wasn't the Kuwaiti period. And to your point, I want to say of the 75 to 80 home sites that are, I think, within the entirety of it, the overwhelming majority do not have ARB guidelines to them. And also, really tight, like you were saying, really tight side yard setbacks or variables on other setbacks. The subdivision itself was much closer to the primary dune than subsequent development throughout the island. I mean, it was one of those lessons learned, but we couldn't, when I say we, the Kuwaiti world, we couldn't undo this. We couldn't change it.
Well, the private developer didn't have the ability to undo it. We can do it. We can address it through zoning.
I'm supporting the concerted effort to revisit
I was
those standards.
surprised. I was surprised walking the length of Virginia Saturday, how many more of these big structures are there since the last time I was paying attention, which wasn't that long ago. And how uniquely they're very much set back from the road and set up towards the ocean.
So, yeah, so that's what I was trying, when we had the conversation with, it was another, during the public workshop that I think we had, where, Roger Ward was asking a question. I said, it's this dual phenomena. The reason everything looks much more prominent is because that is the case. You have this dual phenomena if you lost some of the primary dune along this stretch.
And they're closer to the...
And they've built larger and bigger houses. They've torn down existing structures and built big, much larger houses as close to the ocean as possible, and they've taken full advantage of the lack of any other zoning restrictions on doing the at-grade stuff right up to the property.
And they're tearing down these old beach bungalows. They're so nice. So the Landscape Tree Preservation Board hasn't met in a really long time. Does that mean there's been no applications?
I don't, John, or...
Yeah, there hasn't been.
But
Like they met for training and that was about it.
I think they've been able to do some stuff through staff administratively, but the board, nothing I think is rise to the level of
Joanne.
major.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to comment that on two things. One, tree preservation, we are looking to have that folded into the design review board that you're all working on that would prevent that sort of clear cutting happening again. Whether that design review board on single family ends up residing in the town or with KICA, it will be controlled going forward. You will be seeing, we're hoping at our planning commission meeting next week to finalize our beach overlay. I've met with some of you to talk about it. We are working on language to make sure that no homeowner is disadvantaged. Everyone will still have their right to their 33% lot coverage. But we are looking at a consistent beach overlay that goes the entire length of the island with the zone A's and B's that you've seen before. If you have any questions or input for us, please let me know. But we are hoping after our last workshop that we're pretty close to something that we want to send to you guys that we think you'll be satisfied.
So in addition to that, kind of the strategic issues, things like the overlay, the basic blocking and tackling, we've been spending a fair amount of time, with, I've had my quibbles with the ARB, but the ARB has been a certain set of eyes to enforce the private covenants. They're going back over a long period of time. As Mark noted, most of these properties are not subject to the ARB review process. So I've directed staff that let's make extra sure that there are, apart from the infirmities of our existing code, that there some people aren't going past what the existing code allows. And we are going to have to send out some notices of non-conforming structures now, because there are some instances in which, and I again, regret that we didn't catch it at the time. We should have, but there was one you can walk by, and it's clear that the roof overhang goes well beyond what the code allows, and that's been confirmed.
So what's the consequence?
At best, you can say at this time it's a non-conforming structure. It was permitted. We didn't have at-built surveys required then. It does get to this issue where people say, well, if you tear down, involuntary, if it's legally conforming, you can replace it. But if some of these people have built, properties have built homes that are not legally conforming, then that raises a different set of issues.
Rob, we are putting that in our language for rebuilding, that if something was built that is not legal, you don't have the right to rebuild it.
Yeah.
That's going to be in the language of the beach overlay.
But can I go back to my question about the Landscape Tree Preservation Board? It's been at least a year longer. Does that mean that no applications have come in for this?
They've had minor, so at the staff level, they've reviewed stuff. I don't believe anything's
gone to the
board.
Because it
that rises to that
basically
level.
repealed, if you appeal to the board.
It's like the BZA.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so.
think it needs rise that level. It's
Okay.
been more staff level approval.
So there's been applications, just there's been no issues. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say there's been no issues, it's just been whatever
Been resolved.
matter is.
Well,
been
for
resolved.
example, I had in our front yard, I checked with Petrea, we had to take we had a laurel oak that it's diseased and it keep falling apart onto our driveway and threatening, wasn't look very healthy, it just didn't look very good. And I sent pictures, got an arborist certified, recommended cut them out right away. Petrea, checked with us under our tree ordinance that it did not need a permit. Also sent the pictures and the plan to the ARB as well, since it's still covered by the general covenants. So that stuff is ongoing. Whether everybody is apprised of the tree ordinance requirements or not is another issue, and that's why we've got to just continue to make sure that redevelopment or new development, and we'll get tomorrow to all the new development that's still to be forthcoming. But to make sure, the question is, a lot of this has already happened. Not much we can do about what has happened, but can we, mitigate further adverse impacts here?
We have to.
So, that's very helpful on that part. So, any other, you want to talk further, Madeline, about anything with regard to the marshes or we talked about watershed, anything more about marsh management at this juncture? Okay. So Captain Sam's Inlet relocation. I tried to touch upon this in response to a question on Thursday. So just so kind of everybody understands, we discussed it a little bit earlier this morning.
We did.
And Jim can jump in as the archivist. But there has been an application by the Seabrook Island Property Owners Association to the Army Corps of Engineers for a fourth relocation cut of Captain Sam's Inlet, and it's proposed to occur about 1,500 feet east of where the channel currently is. A number of things about that. It was referenced that they've reached out, and I'm sorry that Kika's in here, or Beverly, you may or may not know, but they said, well, they've engaged with the town of Kiawah Island and Kika, and they did that a year ago. Well, their engagement was, what they're referring to is, I had a single meeting, almost just over a year ago, right about exactly a year ago, that lasted an hour and a half, where they said, here's the history of this, and we plan to submit an application at some future point in time to do another recut. And I asked a few questions and said, like to be good neighbors if we can, but we've got to understand what the impacts are. And it kind of left it at that. That was the extent of the engagement. They also said they engaged with Kika. So we don't need to show where the inlet would, but it would actually cut into the highlands just a little bit. So they submitted an application to the Army Corps of Engineers. What is odd about their submitting an application is they're submitting an application for work to be done on property they don't own in a town, in the jurisdiction of another town. So it's bold. It's kind of an odd application. And Stephanie had a conversation with the U.S. Army Corps, not to take a substantive position on it, but just kind of ask a couple of questions and say, by the way, are you aware of this? And that none of the current stakeholders, the current property owner, that's under legal dispute right now, as we're all aware, nor the town have opined on this yet. And by the way, are you aware of the litigation? None of that. So
well, my other question was, do they even have standing to apply for a permit?
Well, that was kind of the part of the procedural question that was posed. How how do you, why, Core, do you believe this is a complete application since this party has no unilateral ability, even if you proved it, to make this happen?
Yeah, it's synonymous to me going to the tree preservation board to cut down a tree on your property.
Yes, yes. And I said the same, I used the absurd example of somebody visited from California and he's an environmentalist or something, and wanted to, submit an application from, state of California. Why would you even bother to entertain this? And I think in fairness to the Army Corps and their short-staffed and resource like other governmental entities, they just probably thought, well, this has been done 3 or 4 times before.
Yep.
Assuming this is kind of standard practice, and therefore, let's go ahead and notice this. Now, you haven't seen anything further, and I suspect there's probably some internal discussion as to the status of this application request. But apart from that, again, it's my view, which I tried to characterize. I don't have a view. My view was simply that it's too early to have a view as to whether this is a good thing or not. And the only thing we know objectively is the town acceded to or approved it 3 times previously, and or the property owner did. Jim said he didn't think the town had done a particularly intensive review of all the impacts. That will be different this time. We will certainly do that. But based upon, the past practice and, some things that's been articulated to me, not just by SAPOA, but by CSE, I can understand arguments for potentially doing this, and that the net benefits over the long term of the environment outweigh the near-term negative impacts. I'm not in a position to judge that, and I've spent a fair amount of time looking at it. We haven't even started that analysis process. My concern is, what if we did, after an extensive analysis, concluded, actually, this is a good thing, and that was good for the community? The problem is, if everybody tries to get the Army permit to be denied right now, then it's done, because that is a necessary but not sufficient.
Seabrook shouldn't have gotten so far in front of their skis.
Well, that's
they got out of sequence.
That's another issue.
And it's misleading. They said they engaged the town in January 2025.
What are the benefits to us?
Well, do you mind if we address that to Jim? Because
Yeah.
I'd love to know the history, the 3 previous cuts. Have there been overall beneficial end results, or?
Well, okay, so the first cut was in 1983. That was pre-town of Kiawah, so we wouldn't have had.
83.
1983. Then they did 1996. That was before I started here, so I was not here for that one, but at the time, I think the town had a staff of 2. So I don't think there was any,
It was a deal done by the property owner and Seabrook.
Yeah, and then in 95, just prior to the 96 cut, the town did sign an easement or grant an easement to SEPOA.
It actually was to this town of Seabrook Island.
Oh, was it?
The
Okay.
easement was, yeah.
Okay, and it basically gave them a 20-year easement to utilize that property for another cut. And so that expired in 2015, which was when they did their 3rd project. I was here for that one, but as the mayor kind of alluded to, there was an existing easement. I don't recall the town, we certainly didn't, hire get a second opinion from another beach engineer on whether the project made sense or not. It was just, okay, Seabrook needs to do this. It helps them out. It doesn't hurt us too bad. And so we went along with it.
And just to clarify, it was permitted by an existing easement. The 2015.
Well, Madeline, there are a whole host of issues, and I think were glossed over in this history, a whole host of issues that really didn't get sufficient attention. This easement, it's not even clear whether the town had the authority, either town had the authority to enter into this easement for But it really only specifically said with regard to public property. The easement covered public property. Well, the town didn't own any public property. Now, it was the steward of the state's beachfront public trust property. Whether the town actually had the authority to speak for the state in that regard with public trust property, I don't know. But clearly, the property owner, which was at the time Kiawah Partners, this was post-sale to South Street Partners, approved this because this was on their land. So apart from municipal boundary issues and permitting issues, because I don't think there was any permitting and there was this pre-existing easement, clearly Kiawah Partners permitted this or allowed this to be done on property that they owned.
I still haven't heard why, what's in it for us?
So, I mean, there's a couple things. And Jim, I mean, I've heard that CSC, and they're going to be conflicted, so we would have to have our own separate consultant on this, because they're representing, even though they're the town's consultant on beach management issues, they're also the consultant to SAPOA and the town of Seabrook on this particular project. They will argue that there are increasing kind of inefficiencies to the ecosystem given the natural flow of sand down this way. So there are two things, as I understand it, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, that could present themselves. One is you see the sand continues to build up. We continue to gain land on Sam Spit. And it continues to, and the channel continues to move towards Seabrook Island, which it had always done before. And Seabrook Island is both losing beachfront and water is potentially, encroaching on homes that are on Seabrook Island up at the top of the channel. One of the hypothetical question I didn't pose on Thursday, I don't know if this is a likelihood or even a possibility, but one could see that actually sand would continue to build up and a natural dam would build between and close off Kiawah River so that Kiawah Island, Seabrook Island would be touching. Water has to go somewhere. If that dam fills up, is the water going to start moving towards the Seabrook Island homes? Is it just going to expand in that area? Are they going to build revetments, seawalls? Do we want that?
But you're making an assumption it's going to build up. I think there's a natural flushing action that would prevent it.
Well, that's what we've got to learn from it. Historically, that's the issue is would it potentially force its way through the neck rather than here?
Could do that.
I think, so this inlet moves about 100 feet every year on average. So from Kiawah, it moves westwards towards Seabrook. So about every year, we gain 100 feet of beach, Seabrook loses 100 feet of beach. So they've tried to do these about every 15 years, right? About 1,500 foot of loss, where they get to the point where Seabrook, right now they've lost, a third of a mile of beach, right, in this time period. Plus, it's starting to get, you can see the remnant of the 2015 channel kind of on the left side there. So that's where the inlet was before they closed it off in 2015 and moved it back. So they're trying to time it where it doesn't start eating through those marshy areas and then ultimately get to some homes on Seabrook. Now that would take a long time. It's a pretty good ways for it to actually start impacting property. But certainly, Seabrook again is losing 100 feet of beach every year, and they're, are worried that as it moves further and further, the mayor did allude to the potential for it to break through at the neck. Now, I don't think that is likely unless there was a storm event. Like, if you go way back in history, the neck of Kiawah at the Spit has breached at least 3 times. And what has happened in those scenarios is the Kiawah River has stretched and basically pushed even further and further and further west. In the 20s, I think the mouth of the Kiawah River was about where the Seabrook Island Club is now. So it ran an additional 1.5 miles basically through Seabrook before it became inefficient enough that in probably some storm event it cut through at the neck, and then immediately started moving again, right? I mean, Captain Sam's is only, 60 years old, 70 years old. I mean, most of those plants, right, have formed since the last time, obviously have formed since the last time the inlet was cut and then naturally moved. So, you know, in terms of benefits to us, there aren't any great ones, right? We lose 1,500 feet of beach, and that habitat that was on our, you know, was part of the town before now becomes part of the town of Seabrook.
Well, that is that may or may not be true. That's a separate legal matter that people haven't paid enough attention to the past. It would still be not part of the Sam's Pit that people could walk on from Kiawah, whether or not it's part of the town of Seabrook Island or the town of Kiawah.
Does not the municipal boundary reference the midpoint of the Kiawah River?
Only if, at the current point, yes. The question, there's a very complicated state statute that comes into play, or potentially comes into play, with adjustments of municipal boundaries. And because this is not something that's occurring naturally, it's occurring.
Sure.
And as hard as it is to annex property, it's harder to give up property.
So I
What
walked
happens
down.
to the animals and the fish?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously it's not a huge disruption to the system because basically, you know, they're basically just closing off the channel with a dam, right? And then, you know, they'll just create a small pilot channel where they want the new inlet to form, and the tide in a day or two will make that a pretty nice looking inlet very quickly. And so you're really only closing off an area here, excavating here. You know, the rest of the beach isn't really impacted, other than there is some vehicular traffic on it. So there's not a lot of habitat loss. And then obviously new habitat will start to form immediately on the Kiawah side, right? It's going to move 100 feet a year, right? But it will take, 7-8 years before we would get good shorebird nesting habitat and things like that, because you need these dune ridges with sparse vegetation, which we have now because, the sandy part of the spit is so long. So that'll move to Seabrook. And so
Given all the red knot, given the red knot sensitivity, the dogs in the dunes and all the uproar, if you do anything to the red knots, this looks like we're be impacting the red knots.
It looks like what, Rex?
It's going to be impacting the red knots down there.
I mean, it will. There will be impacts to red knots. There will be impacts to piping plovers. There will potentially be impacts to loggerhead sea turtles, and those are things that will be worked through, with federal and state agencies during that permitting process. And there'll be a biological opinion issued by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and certainly there will be impacts, and they'll have to do some sort of mitigation. For the last project, they had to. They did it during the summer months so that they were not impacting piping plovers who winter here, to avoid that species. Now, they're still impacting the habitat, but they're not directly impacting the species when it's present. They simply dealt with loggerhead turtles by doing surveys of the construction site before each day's work to make sure there wasn't a nest there. And then red knots are mainly here in the spring, and so they avoided those impacts as well. But they did have to do mitigation, right? They had to do piping plover surveys for an extended period of time. Actually, prior to the 2015 project, dogs could be off leash on Seabrook all the way down to the inlet. So Seabrook was actually forced to make that a no-dog area going forward as part of mitigation.
So what do you think's going to happen to IKEA in Wheaton?
Oh my God!
So we're a long way from that. But Mark, you had a
I've been a witness and observer of all three. The first was the 1.0 version was the Kuwaiti period. It was the first time ever considered along the coast. We worked closely with Tim Khanna, Coastal Council, the same group, and we challenged them with what impact does this have on Kiawah? And one of the questions that was raised was, what does it do to the neck? It was more It was more about the neck that we were concerned about more than anything. And the judgment at that time, based upon the science at that time, was the neck is erosional on the riverside, but it's a much slower pace than the accretional side of the ocean side. And if you go through Google Earth and just chatter, I think Google Earth goes back to the early 80s, and you just slide the scale. You can see each one of these events, and then keep your eye on the neck, and you'll see evidence of what we're talking about. So that satisfied one concern. The other concern was, if the cut happens, how quickly does it essentially replace the condition that was there before the cut? And again, the science suggested, which has happened now, that it goes at a particular pace. Yeah, there are events, there are hurricanes, there's some, but in a sense, all that energy of the Kiawah River coming down, it is very predictable in terms of the impact of the channel itself. The channel itself, you see what happens. The reason Seabrook has the erosion is the sand builds up at the bottom of the page out. It goes way out. It goes way out. And that blocks the transference of sand all the way down to their beach. So it mitigates that for 12 to 15 years or whatever the cycle is. So then the 2.0 version is the Charleston family now is the developer. And the same question was asked. Why would we want to lop off, acreage on the end of Captain Sand? There was no development plans, but why would we want to do that? And we went through the same cycle again with Tim, and we had a real world experience of the previous year. 3.0, it's the South Street Partners. They asked the same question. Why? My point being is there is a predictability prior, based upon the three time periods that exist. It appears that the combination of erosion on the riverside and the accretion on the ocean side has maintained its relationship. The reference to previous breakthroughs, 70, 80 years ago, they were less breakthroughs and more washovers in terms of the storm because it healed very quickly. So I don't know where all that goes, except that the history of witnessing three significant events, all in this within probably 75 feet of each other, because the cut is immediately opposite that creek, which is at the top of the page there. That's where they put the cut, so that it takes pressure off of the bank on the other side. And like you were saying, it does, witnessing the habitat out there, they adjust to it. And at least so far, the three other times, we didn't witness any traumatic event about the nature of habitat. It shifted, but it's not too dissimilar for a different reason at the other end of Kiawah, where there are even more dramatic changes.
I walked down there yesterday, just put eyes on again and looked around. All this speculation, I'm still not seeing a reason that we would support this. And somebody said in one of the email groups that they'd hate to live in Inlet Cove when this happens, because we're going to be listening to it for 4 months. And I went and stood on our dock, and they're absolutely right. So I see a lot of downside for us, but I don't see any upside.
So a key point I want to make is we haven't even been formally approached by SEPOA yet to whether, and let alone have a resolution of property ownership issues and easements on the spit. So this is all just happy talk or not so happy talk right now. We don't have to make any decision. I don't think it's in our interest to take a position because we haven't been, fully, had the opportunity to have input from all the different state and federal entities, as well as environmental interest and concerns from our own consultant. The one thing I do want to emphasize, which I tried to emphasize, whether the message gets out into IKEA or otherwise on Thursday, is, you know, we're at a very different time and place as we are with regard to a lot of things. There will be a very rigorous process, if it comes to that, of the towns assessing whether or not to approve this. And to be crystal clear, this cannot go forward without the town's approval. We've added new code provisions specific regarding shoreline adjustment or inlet relocation with regard to dune alteration. We're developing some standards around all of that. We have permitting requirements for land disturbance. We have literally an ordinance that says no vehicles on the beach unless permitted by the town.
I'm glad we've got that.
So amongst others, and then there are these issues with kind of municipal boundaries. It's kind of a unique, different issues to how that would be addressed. So bottom line is, it's a long, long, long way from you know, we don't have it presented to us yet, and then once it is, we'll undertake a thorough review.
It's probably a high bar too.
It may very well be higher. Listen, there's no question it benefits Seabrook Island and Sepoa and property owners there. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The same conversation I had with them at the end of the day, if there were absolutely demonstrated to be no detrimental impact on Kiawah Island and no detrimental impact on the habitat in the near, medium, or long term, then to me, that's kind of an easy one. Sure, we're happy to be a good neighbor. Don't care if we're giving you $10 million of sand if you're paying for the project. That just kind of was a little bit glib, but that was kind of the idea. But I had no sense of whether all those issues with regard to negative impacts from noise, from disruption, from habitat are real issues or not. But we don't have to worry about that.
So do you anticipate, should an application come in, besides the extensive staff and associated organization agency actions and reviews, do you anticipate public hearings? Do you anticipate
absolutely.
Council would have to approve it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. You know, if the state statute comes into play, then at the very least, council would have to approve it. We have extensive town permitting processes. This is one that would, even if the town had, you know, the administration had discretion, this would lend itself to review by the environmental committee, the resiliency committee, and other committees, and public workshops to try to, public hearings to understand. Because this is a big issue. Sure. Big issue in a lot of respects.
Thank you.
John, is that okay on this one? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do we need to talk a little bit about Bobcats? I mean, because there's nothing kind of strategic to, we've got a basic, we've got things in place. I don't know if you and Jim want to talk about briefly where we are in our various initiatives.
Happy to do it.
Go ahead. We've got two very near-term initiatives that we've got going right now because you guys know we haven't come to a satisfactory resolution of the
Yeah. So just a real quick update. Obviously, you're all aware of the issues with SGAs and our wildlife, and so we're still trying to better understand that. And so, two things that obviously we're continuing our research. We're continuing to test animals. We just got some new liver samples back this week or early last week that might be a little more promising than what we've seen in the last 2 years. So that's good. Bobcat trapping is going fairly well. We've collared 4 bobcats so far. 2 are 5-year-old females, which is really great because we really haven't caught many adults. And with both of these, because we've caught them in prior years, obviously that's how we know how old they are. We know they've lived their whole life here on Kiawah. So if they've been here for 5 years and aren't dead yet, then that's good. From an SG.
Estimated total number of bobcats on the island now?
It's still 20 to 25, but hard to say. So our next two short-term initiatives, we've got a meeting on February 19th at noon. We've invited all licensed pest control companies that do rodent control work on Kiawah to come to Town Hall for lunch. We plan to present the data that we have and basically just have an open discussion about the problem, their views on it, most of these companies have said they've switched products. We want them to tell us how's that going. Is it not going well? And just hopefully, we feel like most of this, as we've thought all along, is coming from industry. So the more we can engage with them, the better. The mayor and I in that meeting, as well as a couple of environmental committee members.
And I'm just going to tack on, there may be issues that we just haven't heard yet from the pest control companies. They're just maybe things they didn't particularly want to disclose, and we think if we can build a relationship and open communication, there's a much better chance that we'll get to the core of those issues, and then we can address it together.
You mean an issue like they're afraid not to use SGA because of complaints?
Like there are cost aspects, or there, for what, I don't, that's what we have to uncover.
So
what is the resistance?
Luke, what we've heard from Dr. Cole is at Clemson, who's the head of the department that reviews this, is, I don't know, we haven't seen the public record, and I assume it's a matter of the public record, we probably look, that they hear from pest control companies and or even individual property owners that they want to have all the tools at their disposal to deal with rodent problems at their property. And if the SGAs are the most effective tool to manage rodents, control rodents, the owner to control this problem. Now, again, that's just what he says. They hear. Jim would push back that they're just as effective, pesticides that are not SGAs, but we don't know. We're just kind of talking amongst ourselves whether in fact there are property owners that think that have a major rodent problem on the island, and they just don't care about the health of bobcats. They just don't want rodents.
If you live in a natural environment like Kiawah, you're going to have natural wildlife.
So, I'm going to put this out there, just food for thought. But, we've talked about bobcats way more than they probably deserve to be talked about, and about SGAs. And I don't mean that in a bad way. This problem should have been resolved. This seems like not that hard of a problem to resolve. And so, if this keeps going, I'm of the opinion, and I'm just throwing this out there for food for thought, do we go ahead and pass an ordinance that outlaws or doesn't give them business licenses if they don't agree to not use SGAs? Understanding that the state says they have the purview. And let's go to court and solve this with the state or with the companies or whatever.
Well, I'm unfortunately highly confident that there would not only be a lawsuit brought, that we would be immediately enjoined, and there would be no way to prevail in that lawsuit, because unfortunately it's a ridiculously explicit and broad state preemption.
We might do it just to bring greater attention to the state law, and that there's alternatives to SGAs.
That's one thing. The other thing we've thought about is what the state law is, regulation pertaining to the subject matter that the Clemson department has jurisdiction over. And I've been more willing to think creatively about, not so much trying to directly regulate, but for example, one thing you have to, if you submit false information on your business license, then that's the potential for denying a license. So we ask explicitly, do you use these products? Tell us whether you use these products. If we test and find that they've lied, then that may be a basis. We're not regulating the use of the product.
Right.
Yeah. So,
And that brings us to, that's a beautiful segue to our second initiative.
Right.
Wait, before you go there, I know it's a segue. My point is just, I feel like we're beating our heads against the wall and not making any progress. So let's do something different.
But also talk, please, about what we could continue to encourage KICA to.
So this restriction, the state law prohibition only pertains to governmental entities, municipalities. So that's why Madeline went before KICA.
And Jim.
And Jim did as well, because there's no state law restriction on private parties restricting or HOA restricting the use. Now, whether they want to go there or not, they started moving a little bit in the direction of, more collaboration. I'm not quite sure you guys are more up to speed on that.
No, but what could they do to restrict the use?
Not give them gate passes.
Yeah.
If what? If they don't what?
If they don't say in their business application that they don't use SGAs.
No, they could actually just simply prohibit the use. I mean, to the extent, this gets back to the broader issue with Jody was raising, and issues that the governance committee, Beverly, I don't know if you're on the governance committee, but is looking at with regard to KICA's authority to implement rules and regulations, the 18 amendment that's since subsequently been re-recorded, but looking at other KICA covenant changes and bylaw changes to give the KICA board the clearer authority to establish rules and regulations, and part of that would be a KICA rule or regulation that would apply to all members.
That's not
But I'm not saying we're not going to do that.
That's just simply private, people. That's like we
Just
agree to any other.
Yeah, let's do something different.
Regulation.
Yeah,
Again, state preemption is only with regard to counties or municipalities.
Okay. Madeline, I think you're going to talk to this, but I've got several people in Inlet Cove that are willing to let you test. I just need to figure out how to get the information to you. But one of the questions they asked was, if they give permission, does the pest control company also need to give permission, or is it just the property owner?
The read we have is just the property owner, but that, Jim, why don't you address that?
So yeah, so that's the second initiative, right, is one thing that we've never been able to figure out, and should be easier than this, but, how much of these compounds are being used by the pest control industry? They're required to keep records, date, time, quantity, when they distribute it, where they distributed it, and they have to keep those records for at least 2 years. They have to make those records available to DPR, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, at any time. DPR has never shared those records with us, has not given us access to those records. So we have no way of knowing how, it should be simple to figure out how much of these products are being used out here, but we don't have access to that info. And so, so we just have to take the pest control company's word, right? They say, we're a Bobcat Guardian, we do not use these compounds, and we have to believe that they're telling the truth, which I'm sure most of them are. But we really have no way to check up on that. So now, the second initiative, we're getting volunteers, property owners, regimes, other commercial properties to let us come take a sample of the bait. We'll send it to the lab at Michigan State. They can tell us exactly what compound it is. So we're trying to get volunteers, owners to give us permission and try to represent as many of the pest control companies that do this type of work, so that we can kind of go behind them and make sure they're doing what they said they're doing. And if they're not, and we have direct evidence of that, then if we want to, we have the ability to potentially pull their business license and make a huge statement, right? You imagine a company that has 500, 700, 800 pest control accounts out here, and they lose their business license to operate on Kiawah. That's a pretty big deal.
Spread pretty darn quick.
That should be easy to check. That should be really easy, because you just need 1 to 500, 2 to 500.
That's correct.
We've already
And obviously, yeah, so I mean, we've taken the approach, tried to get volunteers. We haven't really pushed it out publicly yet through an e-blast or anything, just kind of word of mouth, trying to get volunteers, and we've got a good many already.
So I'll send you and Madeline.
By the way, Liz, I'm sure we would be sued, but I'm feel a little bit better about taking that fight on.
Do you know
I consulted my attorney on it.
your heat maps, Jim, show a high concentration from bobcats and bluegrass, show high concentrations on the west side of the island. Do you know what the Cape and the Timbers are using for their pest control?
I do not. I know that the Cape has given us permission to test their boxes.
They have? Good.
Yes.
They have. As well as the club properties, and then a number of
That's good
property
too.
owners. The Timbers, I'm not sure. There was an issue with the Timbers where they pledged, and then we found out that their provider at the time, this was 4 years ago, was still using SGAs. That provider switched, but I don't know who they're using now, but they're ones that I would like to check as well as Freshfields. We've never tested in there, but I've heard rumors that these products are being used there. So we're going to try to ground truth it and try to figure out, without a doubt what's going on.
Can we legislate what property owners use, not what companies use, but what property owners?
We cannot regulate rodenticides. We cannot regulate the use of pesticides. Full stop.
I mean, the preemption is so strong, I'm not even sure we can talk about it.
It is kind of, it is, I wish it were otherwise, and I've looked at it is ridiculous. And legislation has been introduced. Chip Campson and at least Chip, maybe he's meant to introduced legislation to try to get rid of the repeal. Now listen, to its credit, the department was working with us, so it now is harder for these things to be used in the state of South Carolina. It is harder.
I like Jim's approach. Jim, we don't need to test that many to properly cover every company.
Well, we put together a spreadsheet with all of the companies, and then we sorted by number of contracts they had on Kiawah. And then I sent out about 50 emails to friends saying, here's what we want to do. Do we have permission to come onto your property? About, I would say 30 got back. And then since we've heard from the club, the Cape, the club and the Cape were the two biggies. So we've got pretty good community buy-in on this testing. Is it going to solve the problem? No, but will it help? Is it a step forward? Yeah.
Have we sent the samples up to Michigan?
Not yet.
Okay.
Jim's about to
we
start.
haven't collected the samples yet.
Yeah.
But hopefully in the next couple
A
of
little
weeks.
bit of a manpower issue on that, but it's on the agenda.
How about a 5-10 minute break, and then we'll do our last session? Ray, you talk to the guy?
Meredith, since we're on the break, you want to get my card?
I checked your balance too.
Oh, you did?
Just a little sidebar before we formally get back underway. Mr. Harris, did we resolve all the issues with our guest out front?
Yeah.
Oh, did the bus come? Oh, the bus stop?
Yeah, the bus stop, yeah.
Did the bus come and stop?
We have a school bus.
Did it stop right in front?
Right in front, yeah.
And his car, he parks right there in our
Right in our driveway.
right in our driveway. And did anybody come at 50 miles an hour around the curve?
No, because I would not be here right now.
Okay, anyway, long story on some new developments. Last section is infrastructure and public services. Few issues I think we can go over fairly quickly. The only one I think that may involve some actual conversation, maybe it can be brief, is the last one. Pathways and connectivity, we actually already had some conversation about this earlier. So I'm not sure that there is much more to add. Again, we're going to work with engineers. There's the cost issue, and then there's ultimately the issue, how do you get across Oliver Creek safely, and where do you get across KIP safely, and another conversation, maybe within the town or ultimately with the county, is how do you get across Betsy Carson Parkway safely. Those are prime issues. But those aren't unique issues. We've got models right around here. You have the model for getting across Seabrook Island Road at Bohicket. You've got the same model to get across from the one side of the Muni to the other on Maybank Highway, and they're also addressing that further on Maybank on James Island right now. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but yes, that needs to be a focus. So I'm not sure there's much more to, unless anybody else has.
Only one quick question. Would it be in our best interest to lump these all into the municipal center or the civic center improvement? Is there access to the civic center?
We certainly could. I mean, we want to think about, we're also exploring whether or not we can get county funding under the current TST program for some of this. Because we actually get allocated dollars, and they've got some other resources. So that's not a new TST that we talk about, but the current TST.
You're talking about the CTC funds versus
the TST?
Yeah,
CTC. Sorry, CTC.
I just would hate to see us build, trail around here and then have to dig it up because of construction or replace it.
Well, there was definitely, that right now is all at first, at one level, is all we're talking about is connectivity first to the municipal center. Petrea is actually going to come up with a kind of a very high level plan of what a trail system might look like through the municipal campus, tying in to start going up to Betsy Carson Parkway and maybe across over to the Conservancy. But all of that would be completely dependent on the work that's being done here. Okay. There's not going to be anything, and I think they're actually trying to build in a little of that. Part of it, we can't even answer that question because we didn't really, we're not talking about Seabrook Island Utility here, but we don't even know where parking's going to go because that changes whether or not we're on septic or sewer. So those issues have to continue to be worked out. So, Betsy Carson Parkway, we already talked about that. We don't have an update on the county acquisition portion. We're working on multiple tracks. I sent some stuff to Joe Boykin as county chairman. He said, we should be doing this. We should be offloading if we can. We've had conversations with our lawyers, and we want to have you reach out to Bill too and try to triangulate all of this. We are going to just go ahead and, because we've already got conveyance from the state, we don't have the deed yet, but we've got the confirming letter of the conveyance. We're already going to start taking a look at patching and drainage on that one little corner, as well as doing some cleaning up of those dozen crepe myrtles that are in the median. And the Petrea will also be working with looking at kind of mimicking any landscaping in the median to match up with what we're doing at the roundabout and the fingers. So there's kind of a consistent theme, and she's met with the ARB to discuss some of those. So to be continued.
I think I heard you said they found a deed for the property?
For the county, yes, for the county.
Well, yeah, there are kind of multiple deeds they have. By the way, one of the things that I guess we put on the kind of the radar screen is that ultimately we would need to annex both of these, those pieces of road. We own them, we own the one, and we own the right of way, and if we got deeded by the county, we would own the road and the right of way, but to enforce municipal ordinances, like encroachment ordinance and things like that, we can only enforce ordinances within the municipal boundaries, so we would want to annex those. Not an extensive process because we're the owners.
It's not going to refuse.
But we would still have to go through our process.
No dissenting
But it also, Brad, it also expands our property line across the road, right?
Yes, yeah.
Which is a benefit.
Yeah. So those are easy to get by. Utilities, and maybe I'll get on the franchise agreements a bit in a minute, but want to talk a little bit about where we are with cell towers?
Sure. So it's progressing. John and I met last Thursday with Crown Castle, who owns 4 of the cell tower sites. The 5th site of the resort doesn't need anything. It's just the roof of the resort called the site, call it tower. The 6th is American Tower. That's already 173 feet. It'll need new radios probably, but it's not one of the urgent drivers right now. And then the 7th is the one owned by Berkeley. And we just really haven't approached them yet on that.
Which is the one the resort owns, at the sanctuary or at the ocean course?
So the resort owns the rooftop of the sanctuary. Now, the 4 locations that Crown Castle has their tower is also resort property. And so the resort's been part of these conversations. They were in the meeting Thursday.
So Crown Castle doesn't have the Berkeley Electric property?
Correct.
Okay.
We've done a little bit of, would you want to buy it if they were available? You know, we've had some like little under the table kind of discussions, but nothing. I probably need to reach out to Bert at some point. John and I have just been focused on the balls that are moving right now. So first site, which is the ocean course, they did preliminary site plan for where the new tower would go for the drop and swap, and you know, how that all would work. There's 2 options. John Taylor's working through that with Crown Castle and the resort right now to come up with what the application will look like. That application, I think, will be in the spring, both submitted and probably approved in that time frame. You know, realistically, for construction and things like that, we're talking late 27 until something's on air. It takes time to work through the machinations of all that. Crown Castle confirmed that they are committed, and AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile are all committed to co-locate and use those to upgrade the other 3 sites as well.
Are there any state or federal permits required, or is it all?
There's all kinds of permits. There's FCC, and
that's what I was asking.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that Crown Castle is going to work in the background.
Okay.
So
I don't know
we're
what
going
these
to
are.
175?
150.
150.
Yeah, that's what the ordinance allows.
The ordinance doesn't allow 150, it allows 120 as
120.
of right.
Yeah.
And it can only go up to 150 if it shows the marginal utility outweighs.
And John's working through that.
Yeah, because we were very specific that it's 120.
Yeah, John's working through that.
Yeah, and the issue there, and you and I have had this kind of back and forth, is whether just because the challenge has been getting them to invest because they've been constrained by the 80 or 90 foot towers and a host of issues, another ordinance restrictions, stealth tower and others. But do we necessarily want to give somebody it's the reason you wrote the ordinance the way you did, the unilateral right just to stick, you know, as many cell towers, 150 foot cell towers across the island as they want to.
And they won't. I mean,
Yeah,
this is costing them a
Yeah.
bucket load of money. I mean, they're going to put tens of millions of dollars into this investment, so that they're not looking to spend a penny they don't need to spend.
I hope it works. I only have 1 bar.
It should. I'll take a look at where you live and see where you're covered.
On the first net?
No, well,
On the
not
phone.
FirstNet,
Work
no.
phone or-
My normal phone,
Oh.
right here, it's, well, here it doesn't count, I have 3 more. So at home,
I could talk about fiber to the home real quick.
Sure.
So a couple things going on. Is Bev still here? Yeah, hi, Beverly. Two things going on. One, AT&T. We had some initial meetings last spring with AT&T. Got quiet for a while because they had to go work some things. They have since looped back with John and me, and they are planning to move forward with bringing fiber to Kiawah. Now,
They already have fiber on Kiawah.
yeah, I was going to explain what that
Okay.
means. So they have fiber to some locations like Ocean Park, the Cape, things like that. There's different programs in different ways fiber infrastructure is brought to communities. In the case of Ocean Park and the Cape and that kind of stuff, it's done during the development. They work directly with the developer pays for it. That's why some of those communities have it. Because they have it, there's fiber running right down Beachwalker. There's fiber running down Keel Island Parkway all the way to Ocean Park. Plus AT&T when Ma Bell broke up and the Baby Bells each got a state basically. South Carolina is an AT&T state. Virginia is a Verizon state. The fiber that goes to the cell towers is also AT&T fiber. And then T-Mobile and Verizon lease access to that fiber for their radios to get their signal back into their network. So AT&T is, just like in the last week, emailed us back that they have a plan to move forward. It's going to be a month or two till John and I have details. Once we have details, we'll bring them forward. It would have to be in phases. You know, they can't do the whole island in a day. So they'll come back with a plan of, okay, here's kind of the phasing of how we'll start bringing fiber to the homes. We'll know more soon. Yes.
How long is the duration of the program, of the whole project? And at the end of it, what % of homes on Kiawah will have fiber?
The idea is, I have not seen from AT&T what the scope will be, but our request was all homes on Kiawah.
We'll be able to get AT&T fiber if they want to.
It'll be available to them.
They don't have to,
And they'll run the fiber down the streets. We'll have to work with Kika to get the approvals for all that. I discussed our status with Beverly and Shannon last week when John and I met with them about some other stuff. So there's a lot of things that have to happen, but it'll provide that access. And the coax infrastructure that most of us are on right now is 50 years old. So they figure out how to get good bandwidth through it, but you see the IKEA there's frustrations with it. Another option for home internet, once we get the towers upgraded, the cell towers, and T-Mobile's really the one that has this kind of a product. Verizon and AT&T don't, not so much, is they call it fixed wireless. So basically, you've got a modem, a modem for your Wi-Fi in your house. The modem connects to the network, the router connects to your devices, they connect together. Instead of connecting to wired coax or fiber in your house, this modem connects to the cellular network for T-Mobile. And so 5G is a broadband service, multi-gigabit service. So I'm not sure what they provide. I haven't looked at their product. It's probably a gig. I know like Gene Babinack has it and loves it. Hope he didn't mind I used his name in it. But that will be available also as an alternative for home internet for people once that's in place.
And I encourage people to check, by the way, we can get AT&T fiber now in River.
No.
We've got the mailings, our specific got it, we called to confirm, and they said, yeah, it's right in the neighborhood, we can connect you at any time you want. We haven't done it yet, we just haven't gone through the exercise, but I don't know. But that kind of raises the issue, we've still been, Brian and the committee have been looking at, do we really know what's along our rights of way? I don't, Kika knows what's all along all of its rights of way, but
Mark might know.
He's gone.
But we've been struggling to understand who owns what and where. And where is it in our right of way? Where is it in Kika's right of way? Do they need to be talking to us when they're utilizing right of way? And they haven't been. These are kind of ongoing conversations.
It was helpful. Like I said, Shannon and Beverly invited John and I over last Friday, And we caught up on several infrastructure-related projects, so it was a lot of good give and take. Did you want to say anything?
Just that, KICA has a consulting agreement with a consulting group that sort of connected us with Comcast, and that ends in December of 2026. So we, till that point, are bound by those agreements, but after that, we have to agree. We believe that competition is good. We'd like to see that.
That consulting agreement is expensive. That consulting firm is very well compensated.
It's for the consultant, but it's also revenue for KICA.
Yeah, revenue for KICA as well. So that kind of relates to a broader discussion around franchise agreements we've talked about previously. We don't have a full-blown or robust franchise agreement ordinance. We literally have the two little paragraphs that we moved into our public works section of our code recently that were pre-existing in our business license ordinance. We've had a draft prepared by one of Mac McQuillan's colleagues, but now they've conflicted themselves out of doing any franchise or utility-related work for the town. So we've had to retain additional counsel, and right now they're focused on Seabrook Island Utility. But the fact of the matter is that we don't have as robust a franchise agreement or franchise ordinance as we should. We need to work on that. We need to work on franchise agreements. We don't have franchise agreements with all utility providers, and the ones we do have are a decade or more old and don't have kind of standard service level requirements and a host of other things. So, we get revenue from some of our, service providers, utility providers, not all of them. In some cases, it's just a pass-through. Sometimes it's actual revenue to the town. And that's going to be, we're going to sit down and talk with the Infrastructure Public Works Committee, kind of a key.
And we've gotten the balls rolling.
The priority to work through that. Now, where does it relate to a little bit to Seabrook Island Utility? So one thing we're going to have on our agenda coming up in, is it 2 weeks from today? Is our next council meeting, or is it next week? Next week.
Yeah, a week from today.
A week from today is, and we've got the actual form. Stephanie's been working on a draft. I think we may need to tweak that. Okay. So when we moved the provisions of our franchise, the two paragraphs dealing with franchise agreements into the public works section, or infrastructure public works section of our code, as you may recall, we added the one provision to pre-existing sewerage requirements that would obligated any water or wastewater provider that provides service in the town to connect to any property owner if the property owner so requested and was willing and able to pay for the cost of connection. That has now caused heartburn with Seabrook Island Utility. And so they're saying, well, okay, we'll sit down and talk about connection, but you've got to repeal that first. And we've been a little chicken and egg issue on all of that. But the reason for putting in place that provision, in part, was to kind of force the issue on exactly this kind of thing. So it's been successful in that regard. So what I'm going to be bringing back to the council is to approve on first reading a repeal or carve out, either repeal that provision or carve out from its application to Seabrook Island Utility, but only on first reading.
And we wouldn't see a second reading until certain things happen.
Yeah.
Negotiation points.
Yes. Now, we've gotten a new update from their council either yesterday or today. It's been like pulling teeth. And did suggest about, we'll get, something regarding gravity line and this, that, and the other thing. That gets back to the issue of whether they're still going to insist that rather than connect into the force main over here, which our engineers say is eminently doable, that they'll want us to go, what they call a gravity line, but it wouldn't truly be a gravity line.
Yeah.
If it goes all the way under Hollover Creek and up to.
Well, they're gonna use that as I see, we're complying with the ordinance, you can connect to it, but you gotta go over.
Well, the
So
ordinance
that's-
would not be, I mean, the ordinance they want repealed, they just, because not just this, they don't want to be forced to have to provide coverage to anybody else. There's a whole host of issues that are involved in this, and it's going to be continued. We continue to, that's the reason we stated earlier, pursue two completely separate paths. The less ideal, for all the reasons we've articulated previously, is to expand septic. We now believe we have a clear path forward to do that if necessary. But the preference is to connect to sewer, and hopefully we can have constructive negotiations. There are other things that could be pursued if necessary, but I'm hopeful that there should be constructive negotiation. It's difficult. I struggle to understand. Doesn't cost them a dime. Doesn't impact their capacity.
They don't like us.
Why they wouldn't just say, sure. So
If you have septic, if we had septic, do we have optionality on where the discharge would go?
So that is what has been happening. So DES requirements are, we've done soil testing, and that's what, and we've gotten, we're soil testing in a couple different areas. The second test hasn't come back yet, but the engineers, the on-site, it's called on-site, but they're the septic entity. We also have ADC, which is the engineering firm, has identified the most obvious area is right down here.
So wherever the best perk on the property is, that's where we're gonna take to go.
And downhill.
Yeah, and downhill.
It has to be
So,
downhill.
so it's right over there. The problem with that, and we've had discussions with the architect and engineers about all that, is that's where most of the new parking would be built. Now, you can do both septic and some parking there. You can't do a septic field there and as much parking as was originally envisioned there. So we've got to solve for that additional parking other ways. So we're trying to, right now,
But we could choose on the property, wherever it perks, whatever the best place is, where to put it.
We can't, well, I mean.
Subject to downhill
Yes.
parking and all
Yeah,
this.
and they've been doing the testing, and they've concluded that actually there, and I said, well, can we put it over there where the tree was? And they said that's kind of where the backup is going to be. This needs to be primary, and that's not really downhill as much. But yeah, again, you would know more about these, but I don't. We're sitting on these calls, and I take some comfort now that based on we had eight or people in one call,
Yeah.
lawyers and
Yeah, lawyers and
engineers.
engineers.
Now, my question was, if we had two equally appropriate sites, one was over there and one was over here,
Oh,
we
yes.
could choose.
Yes.
You know, outhouses are okay in northern Wisconsin. We can't just pursue that option.
Well, the one.
That would be a big one.
Unfortunately, it's not clear. We should ask whether over there is, actually downhill, or we haven't had that.
They looked at, they looked at one of the sites over there. They had like 4 sites or 5
Yeah,
sites.
but I'm not sure if they looked even further.
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 No, they didn't look further.
Further.
No, they didn't.
Because you've answered my question.
Okay. So maybe we can have them take a quick soil sample test even further. So anyway, that's kind of where we are, where we are right now on that. So speaking of now not liquid waste, but solid waste services, I'm not sure how much time we need to spend on the beach trash. We'll get on that a little bit, but it's Kestrel Court. Brian, maybe you can educate us on kind of what the continuing challenges are with regard to Kestrel Court.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our trash, where the trash house is.
What's,
You know where Sorrel Rail is?
yeah, I know. So what's the issue?
Oh,
Is
he's
that
gonna-
It's a mess?
He's gonna, yeah.
He's gonna.
Yeah, so I'm sure.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Beverly.
I'm sure you guys have all been there maybe. So what we have there right now are 2 compactor units. One's strictly for household waste and another compactor unit strictly for cardboard. And we have a 30-yard roll-off dumpster that's for commingled recycling. What we see from time to time, not infrequently, but is a lot of trash getting piled up on the pad, outside of the compactor units for one reason or another. Some of it is kind of just the functionality of the unit. However, what we typically see is, for lack of a better term, kind of laziness, of not breaking down cardboard boxes that then kind of creates a void underneath where the actual compactor unit is doing its job. And so stuff just stacks up on top of that to the point where it's full, and then we just see people leaving cardboard on the ground. Similarly with the household trash compactor, a lot of misuse. There's a lot of items that will get thrown in there that should absolutely not be thrown into the household trash compactor. It blocks up the hole and then kind of renders it inoperable, and subsequently see trash being piled up on the outside of that. Despite the signs.
Of that?
I'm sorry?
What's an example of that?
An example of what?
The type of trash that's not supposed to go in there? That...
Like furniture. I've seen furniture, dressers that are broken down, but just enough to fit through the door. Seen electrical appliances, floor fans, humidifiers, all kinds of different stuff that should not even be in household trash. That's more of like a brown trash kind of thing. But we've seen a lot of different stuff get thrown in there. Golf bags, right? Seems kind of.
And you've also identified, there's a camera over there, right?
We do.
You identify that sometimes there are contractors that are bringing, bringing, whether, I'm not sure, it's waste from the contract site, or simply they're on behalf of the homeowners on their way out.
Yeah, we see both of it, and it's kind of difficult to. We've certainly issued citations to those that we can identify as using the site illegally or abusing the site, but it can be difficult if the contractor doesn't have their logo on the side of the truck, or if they pull in a way where we can't capture their license plate for us to run through the system and find out who they are. But contractor dumping there is definitely probably the bigger reason why we're seeing a lot of issues over there, just from the amount of material that they're bringing over at one time. And it's debris from a construction job, or like Brad said, sometimes if they're doing delivering furniture and stuff as part of opening up the home, they'll, on behalf of the homeowner, bring all of those boxes over that all the furniture and everything came in, and dump those. And unfortunately, those boxes are really big. They're not getting broken down, so the capacity is reaching its limit, potentially on one trip. So those are kind of the issues that we're going through over there. Michael and I have made it a point to kind of work into our almost daily schedule to go over there and visit it, to check for any trash piling up, check for illegal items that are over there, and then also just to cycle the units to make sure that there's enough room in there in between services from the waste company.
What do you do if you identify who the contractor is?
What's that?
What do you do if you identify who the contractor is?
Write a ticket.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll issue a ticket because there's multiple signs there that clearly say no contractor dumping. The whole purpose of that site was just to be a convenience site for residents that may have gotten an abundance of refuse that won't fit in their residential can, and they want to get rid of it, or an oversized box or something that they'd like to go ahead and get rid of. So its intent has always been a convenience center.
How's that play out? You write them a ticket, do they have to pay it, or do you have a way of enforcing them paying it?
Well, if we catch it on camera, we'll just go ahead and issue.
It is, this is a separate issue I want to talk about at this meeting, is the whole criminalization of our municipal code. But these are uniform summons, so they have to appear in court. They're subject to the fine and or 30 days in jail. So
They're in contempt if they don't show up.
Well, maybe the judge can just simply declare a judgment in favor, and actually, if he wanted to, he could say, you get 30 days in jail. I don't think that's ever happened, but.
Yeah, so.
Sorry, but we don't have a collection process. So the judge usually, if the defendant doesn't show in court, the judge, in that case, probably would find him guilty. So he has to pay that fine. But if he doesn't, we do not have a collection process. The state offers the program, but it just, it wasn't worth it.
Well,
we look at
well, we should be able to, apart from collection, we should be able to tie that back to the license.
That's what I was wondering.
what licenses? Oh, business licenses.
Business
Well,
license,
they
I think.
often don't have a business license too. So so I'm not saying there's a lot of them, but we do. Or a permit, yes, we can if they legally, because you have a lot of those that don't have anything.
It would also be nice to be able to work with Kika to revoke their gate pass so they couldn't get in.
Well, there has been some communication.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but yeah. We've asked them to tell us when they've issued encroachment permits or gate passes for somebody that doesn't have a business license, so that we know they're doing work, but they don't have a business license. We should provide the information in reverse. If we find out somebody that's clearly doing something on the island, and they don't have, we could both say, by the way, you might want to know, I don't know if they have an encroachment permit or not, but, because it could be a condition of the encroachment permit as well. But because I think our business license requirement does say you have to comply with town's ordinances. Something to that effect, doesn't it?
The application itself, I don't know, but that's, I don't think so.
No,
the
maybe that's only in
application.
the short-term rental license.
Yeah, short-term rental license, yeah.
We should kind of look at that, but yes, otherwise, if they, but that pertains to writing, tickets generally for off-leash, particularly to renters, parking, et cetera. They'll just tear it up and.
So not to belabor this too long, but in the past we talked about, you mentioned it was a criminal offense, for lack of better phrasing. Where do we stand with changing that so it's not a criminal?
Not very far. I've raised it with MASC generally, Municipal Association of South Carolina, and the General Counsel. I've raised it with, MAC and our firm. It's really not that hard to do. It just, it requires some ordinance writing. It references to a lot of sections to say, separate out what constitutes a civil infraction versus a misdemeanor offense. And the same issue is, how do you kind of enforce it? Now, you can haul them to court, but they don't have to come to court. They'll just get a guilty plea. We'll simply issue a citation, and we can, if they don't pay it, then we can send it to a collection agency if we set up that. But it is a form of debt. But we're not.
Okay.
Not there. Not there yet.
Yeah, so just a few issues, and then of course, right, once the first person puts their trash on the ground, every subsequent person thinks that that's what you're supposed to do. Even though, right, we've got multiple options that are explicitly listed on the sign. If this is full or closed or inoperable, you can go to 23 Beachwalker Drive, or you can come here to Town Hall and throw that stuff away. But most of the time what we see is they're going to that stop regardless, and not going to take their trash back with them.
So another issue is you've got a different vendor.
Right, we have, there's two vendors at that site currently. When we were still, had a contract with Carolina Waste, we kind of reorganized and redid the geometry over there at Kestrel Court to kind of make it more user-friendly. With that, these were compactors that we basically had, that they bought for us to use, so we had to sign an agreement with them that was 60 months, in which I think we are about halfway through. And then, so the compactors are in agreement with Carolina Waste, and the recycle roll-off dumpster is part of the current Trident contract. So navigating those two and figuring out, a good solution. Unfortunately, the way the agreement was written with Carolina Waste doesn't give us a whole lot of room to exit without penalty, but ever since we've been having these issues in the past 6 or 8 months, we've really been documenting the issues that we've been having and the responses that we get from Carolina Waste, just to have that in our back pocket in case we really need to try to terminate for breach or otherwise.
So one question that we've discussed a little bit internally, and maybe it's a non-starter from the standpoint of others, is if this site continues to be abused, whether we start to, again, and there'll be another piece of this, whether we get out of the trash management business here, we just take away this site. It's a convenience for homeowners. That's what it was intended to do. But in a lot of other jurisdictions, if you either put in your regular trash, and if you have more than that, you go to Bees Ferry. You go to wherever the county dump is, which would be the option. This is trying to make it so people don't have to do that for larger stuff. But
well, can't the cameras capture the license plates?
Yes, sometimes. I don't want to say too much because this is public, but there's one way that you can pull in to where it won't show up on the camera. It would be kind of an undertaking to install cameras so that you can, all over the place, so that you can get every single angle.
And then we need to be monitoring those cameras all the time or reviewing them, which is...
Right, we really use those. If we go to the site and recognize something, we can come back and try to pinpoint on the camera when that occurred and see if we can identify anything about the vehicle that we could then kind of pursue.
Do we have cameras anywhere else on the roadways?
No, not on any roadways. We couldn't put any up inside the gate, and we don't have anything on the exterior parkway at the moment.
I was just thinking, if we had something on the exterior, if you saw them dumping trash at 3:30, at 3:40, check the curves camera and
right,
get the license plate. You can see it's a white truck with.
The one at the bridge is just directed towards, towards the marsh.
Right, the bridge is kind of directed towards the parking area, and it's on a timer.
Yeah.
So it would be really lucky to capture the vehicle passing at the exact time the camera's going to snap.
Yes, comment?
Yes. In terms of just getting rid of the site altogether, I think that I would rather have a big mess at one site than have people dumping all over the place and have small messes, because I've lived close to that place for a long time, and before I lived on Sea Marsh, I owned a villa up there, and people are checking out, and that's where they're bringing their stuff, all the folks who are there as renters. And again, I think you just have messes all over the various regimes instead of having one big mess. And I've been there, it is ugly. I never go anymore.
It's ugly, and then we'll all get complaints, and town, why don't you take care of and clean up this mess around?
But again, I think you'd have the problem just spread out at multiple smaller locations.
I would agree. I wouldn't want to do away with it. I'd rather put in another camera or put in more dumpsters or something. It is, I use it, and it's a great, rather than having to drive to Bees Ferry, which I've done too. It's a great feature.
Yeah.
But we don't want it to be an eyesore either, so
And it's a rat trap, I mean, it's awful.
I would say, yeah, look for it.
But-
If we put a bunch of SGAs around it, that,
Yeah, put the black boxes out.
not a good idea. But yeah, I would say let's work on figuring out a solution to.
Yeah, and we'll continue to monitor, try to get ahead of the problems before they occur. Think of solutions that we can do, enhance cameras. But I would like to maybe revisit this later, either if these problems persist or if it gets really good. I don't know, but I would like to maybe come up with a long-term solution, which maybe keep it kind of the way it is. I don't know, but
What is the fine if
get a
contractors
ticket?
are dumping stuff that they're not supposed to be doing?
there is some discretion based off the egregiousness of the.
What's the maximum fine?
500.
The maximum is 500.
500.
I would post a sign that it's $500 and enforce the $500.
Yeah, you may be fined up to $500.
No, you will be fined 500.
You will be fined $500.
And put the town ordinance on theirs.
The town ordinance is listed
There-
on the
there's
signs, yeah.
So, I mean, I get the convenience, and part of the reason I raise this, and we were talking earlier about kind of staffing resources, particularly in kind of infrastructure, public works / IT, building and facilities management, is the kind of the amount of time that's spent on dealing with this kind of issue, whether going up to clean it, check the compactors, monitor cameras. Then I'm going to kind of touch upon beach trash management, the same kind of thing. The status of receptacles and lids and all of that is just not high value added.
Well, that's exactly, I agree with you, that's exactly my point. But if you make it $500, the word's going to get around pretty quickly. Don't do this, and that should, and if we make $500 10 times a day, then maybe we hire a person just to collect the $500.
It's 1,080
I
when
would-
you put the assessments on it.
Brad, I would suggest
That's a
that we
big amount of money.
retain or hire, for a lack of a better word, a gopher, a low-level first-year person out of school to do a lot of the busy work that takes up a lot of Brian's time or somebody else's time.
Especially during the summer, you could do, summer.
Well, I mean, there is both, in a gopher, you could certainly probably hire somebody at a lower entry point to do some of this stuff. But on the same token, we also want to think about, is there more capability, not necessarily now going forward, but we can have this conversation in the context of our upcoming budget, because we've talked about it, and any potential staffing resources.
Yeah, but I don't want Brian going to Kestrel Court picking up trash. It should be somebody.
We have someone that
gotten
does
used
that
to
for
it.
us.
We do?
Yep, we pay him every month. His name is Mr.
Bernard.
Bernard.
Mr. Bernard.
We
Yeah,
call him.
he'll go and help.
They clean up for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll definitely help. If it gets really out of control, then he will need our help.
Yeah, if it's too
But,
much.
The general concept,
Okay.
there's
It's about
for
90, isn't it?
general labor
Yeah.
kind of activities. It should get somebody else.
He does for the fixed amount
Yeah,
month
we-
pretty much,
every
unless
month.
it's like really something extra, but he does.
And you the guy of the audit committee had a
Correct.
problem with?
Correct, that's the paper, that's the gentleman that brings in
Handwrites his-
handwrite invoice, yes.
As long as those are pretty modest amounts, I
Oh,
suspect.
it's fixed
That's
amount
exactly
every,
what
yeah,
that-
it's
yeah.
$1,000
It's
every month.
1,000, yeah. He got a little bump several
get
years
what you
ago
pay
from
for.
800 to 1,000.
Yeah, our auditor, she had a problem with that.
So, in a segue a little bit, the conversation, I'm not sure whether this will go anywhere or not, but I've had discussed with this, with the council and also with the KICA board, who is best responsible for trash management on the beach. It's a broad range of issues. Do you have trash receptacles oceanside, or do you have them landside? Most communities have them landside, and they're increasingly moving in that direction, including Sullivan's Island Palms and others, Seabrook. But there seems to be a lot of resistance on the part of our community to doing that. KICA doesn't want them landside because they'll be on their property, but the trash receptacles currently are on their property. So this is one where Kika wants the town to be responsible for trash management on the beach, even though, they own 8 miles of beach. So one of the conversations was had, Brian, I think you said that Trident would prefer as well.
Yeah.
To not.
Yeah, they would love to not have a truck on the beach every morning.
Now, part of when I pushed back on, the Keek at one point, I said, well, the town could simply get out of the trash management on the beach and simply, we have an ordinance that requires no trash on the beach, and property owners are required to maintain their properties, otherwise they could be fined. And so Kika would have to maintain its property. And then they were saying, well, the town collects all this revenue from Island Beach Services, which we do. We collect $300,000. And that is actually, because we have a state allowed ability to charge a franchise for use of the beaches, but these aren't all public beach. Public beach is the mean high tide seaward. Kika said, well, we could charge a franchise fee for use of our beach areas, and they're right. Nothing to stop Kika from charging, so they've avoided doing so. The trade in their mind is you get to keep those revenues, so you should be responsible for trash management.
I think if we don't have something on the beach, you're going to get trash, just move along.
Well, but again, that's not the experience. There are, for example, people say that, but I don't understand the foundation for that. Simply look at one concrete example. What's the most crowded portion of our beach? The single most crowded portion of our beach is Beachwater County Park. There are no oceanside receptacles. They're all landside. And County Park doesn't pick up the trash. People take the trash off and put them in the trash receptacles.
I understand. We're here.
This is on Kiawah.
It's different, the county park versus the rest of the island.
You're saying it's more likely that our residents would leave trash on the beach than the people visiting?
No, it's a service.
You mean it's a service?
Yeah.
Well, the question is service whether it's landside or oceanside. But anyway, separate part from that, where I want to get to is, I had the conversation with the chair and the board, is, okay, what if we split the revenues? Because what's the extra cost of the contract, Ryan?
The beach portion is about $100,000.
And I said, well, what if we actually split? Because they were saying, well, then you give us the revenues, we'll handle the beach. Okay, we'll give you half of what we get from Island Beach Services. We'll split that, since it's split beach. And that's $150,000, or $50,000 to the good. And you guys be responsible.
I'm sort of in the same camp Russ is, but for a different reason. For me, this is not a problem. What we have works.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't just leave it alone.
But guys, it works to an extent. Again, it's one of these issues where we are then out there with limited resources, making sure that when they deal with every complaint, multiple vehicles on the island, every time one of the trash receptacles leans over, tips over, lids fly off, or they have to be removed in advance of a storm. I mean, it's easy to say, but it continued to be ongoing.
I understand.
I think it's a cost of doing business.
Yeah, we're not Rockaway
So
Beach
are we gonna?
in
So
Queens.
I'm part of what I'm saying. Part of the question I'm raising all this is, okay, maybe we really do need, not waiting, but we need some additional infrastructure and public works staffing resources now. Council would support that?
To do what? To do what?
To do all of this management of because it's not the highest and best use. There are other things that aren't getting done on a timely basis because they're having to spend, how long does it get to one end of the beach? Get out from here and then go the length of the beach probably takes, it takes at least 30 minutes to go the length of the beach, if not longer.
If you're going the speed limit,
15 miles
and the tide's not an issue, people are not an issue, to drive from Beach Walker to the Ocean Course, probably 45, 50 minutes.
Just help me, so why is he doing this? To inspect it, Carolina Waste or whoever it is, picked up the trash, or why is he doing
No,
this?
because we'll get complaints or issues like the trash receptacles are either have dumped over or lean, the whole.
This is what that low-price gopher guy, I'm serious.
I'm with Russ.
I'm serious.
All right.
What do you think, Brian?
He's $20 an hour, if that.
I'm not opposed to that. I would just really want to make sure there's enough work to put somebody in like a busybody scenario, because we're not doing this stuff every day, right?
But there's other things not getting done, like these globes.
Yeah, I mean,
but you joke around, that's true.
It
That's
kind of goes
absolutely
in.
true.
It kind of goes into. We've talked about, maybe further down when this new addition's done, having kind of like a facilities maintenance person, but that can kind of expand into doing some of the other stuff, on the island.
Tell you what, the only time this is really going to happen is Labor Day to Memorial Day, Memorial Day to Labor Day, right? If Russ and I can come up with a list of things for a summer intern to do. No
So
problem.
easy.
And I mean, I'll just say that, Brian goes out of his way to make himself available for the things Brad has us doing. But,
So
I would
Got
like
two things already, check Kestrel Court,
and
check the
I'd like
credit.
to have him more available for the
And
higher
clean the
value
bugs.
stuff.
Well, yeah, and this is, I don't want to make this difficult for Brian, but there are the ongoing kind of contract management. Most of our big contracts are, in his department and managing those, doing RFQs, even the stuff I've been recently, following up with scheduling meetings with engineers, setting that up, reviewing and going over kind of plans and potential action steps with regard to a bunch of the infrastructure projects. That's where, at least from the standpoint of the chief administrator, the officer of the town, I need to be having him focus on.
We agree.
Okay, and so, but the problem is, I'm not sure a gopher, here's a little bit of challenge. Maybe the gopher can do some of the trash stuff, Kestrel Court, but fixing all the speed monitors, that's a little bit more. Are they gonna have enough judgment to move signs that need to be moved? Maybe, I don't know. But, so there's still a gap there. I appreciate the willingness to kind of fill in a little bit.
They could FaceTime Brian or Mike while they're doing it, that way they don't have to drive out. And I tell you, I think half the kids coming out of college right now probably know how to fix that sign better than me.
You get a guy who's second year, third year engineer, or a girl,
Yeah.
and put them on the gator and say, check Kestrel Court at 8 o'clock, at 3 o'clock, do the beach, and in the meantime, do these other
Second or
four
third year
tasks.
engineer?
Beg your pardon?
You say engineer?
Yeah. Sanitation engineer.
Engineer, I'm gonna say, we're gonna be paying a lot more than 20
bucks an hour.
No, well, so if I can kind of, I'm happy to look kind of into that and see, what are those things that take me and Mike away from other things that are maybe a little bit higher level. Look at, does this constitute a full-time person, a part-time person, a gopher? What kind of level of
Another thing
experience?
for the list, how many hours do you and somebody else spend setting up this room? How many times you do that a week? No, I'm
Depends
serious.
on the week. I mean,
That should not be you.
well, I will say, Patriot helps out a lot.
But
with
it should
figuring.
not be you.
And it doesn't have to be just for you. It could be for you, it could be for Jim, it could be for Craig.
Yeah.
The three of you could put together a list.
Oh, yeah, clean out and organize the garage, clean out all our closets and get all the stuff that's multiple years old.
What's gonna happen? You guys are gonna come
That's a
back and
year's
want
worth
2 or
of work
3
right
guys.
there.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
you guys have a lot on your
So
mind.
there is, and I'm not sufficiently mindful of the time that I say, let's go out and do some of the follow-up work on, which we have to be on site, hands-on on Kiawah Island Parkway, when I'm, also saying the higher value stuff on the, working with the engineers or coming up with task orders or RFQs and all of that and getting the quotes and everything. that's what really needs attention. And so that's where then I get a little bit frustrated when some of that's not happening. And I'm part of the problem because I've said all these other little things need attention.
Yeah, happy to look into it with a little bit more detail, and get back to you guys at a later date.
I mean, even it's all this, Petra, before every meeting on the dais, she goes by, puts the name tags out there, sets up with the water, sets up with the, I mean, there's so many little things that should not be using your time.
And actually, it's a good exercise for you in learning how to delegate. Because some things you do because you can do it easier than you can tell somebody how to do it, but you need to learn to tell somebody how to do stuff like that. I think we already have approval from Ways and Means right here that we can get that.
All right, so we're coming up on happy hour, witching hour,
Your food is out.
whatever. I don't know, what time were we scheduled to be over the?
4 o'clock.
Were we?
Yes.
I
About
thought it
4,
was
immediately,
5.
about
I
4.
have 4:30.
Yeah,
Oh.
immediately after, yeah, so about 4. But the food is out now.
I told my boss 5 o'clock, so I'm
Okay.
just trying to stay on track with that. Anything else for the good of the order today?
Time to go. I think this was a great session, Brad. Thank you again for setting up strategic planning and for this
Well,
organization.
I mean, a good discussion, airing a lot of issues.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's all good. Well, thank you all. So I hope everybody's able to join over,
Yeah.
so we're immediately transitioning.
And tomorrow, 8:30 Continental, start again at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
You're so good.
Okay.
I'll be there in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Lou, can I get a ride?
Down the street.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You should be able to walk.